Alright. Hard to believe it's already been 11 days, but you know, here are the tracks. Alright. Yesterday was pretty good, I would say. We caressed our 170. We got to our 170 capstone. Perhaps in a day or two, we'll get to our 180. And then we also have to refocus on this stuff. We're probably gonna do more than one play of 160 until we can get our reset and our reading in line for triples. Let's start. No time like the present. Forgot the preset again. Once again, back in preset. A little slower than usual. Okay. Hey, Herbert. It is windy, yeah. Cold. Son, what is this complaining about cold? Thought you were okay with cold. That's nice that it entertained you. It was an entertaining run. Earlier today too. It's going pretty well, Albert. Pretty well. I realize I can't chew my gum while doing this. It's very distracting to have something in my mouth. Oh. I'll keep that in mind next time. You just reformatted? Sounds like cleaning day. I haven't done that in a while. I should really consider it soon. I have so many work files and workflow stuff that needs to be archived in an organized way. What's your favorite thing that you bought at the grocery store, son? Oh yeah. I'm curious how big the Pop-Tart aisle is nowadays. Oh. You were driving to the store when I asked you that? Oh. Oh, so you're heading there now. Are you at the store right now? Going deep into that Pop-Tart aisle. Poppers was on the money right there. Gotta pick up a good sauce, son. You gotta pick up a good sauce. Listen, don't yikes me. There's gotta be a magic sauce out there. Takes a while to adjust. I gotta get used to it. Takes like a whole minute plus. Looking for maybe 15 seconds, probably 15 seconds tops. Anywhere in the 2 minutes, just looking for 15 seconds. Ooh. I would say at most like 10 seconds. In like between 40 minutes and 60 minutes. 40 seconds and 60 seconds into it. I think we're only gonna do this one until we're really comfortable. And then we'll step up and use this as the foundation. Okay. Keep dropping like every 4. It's not resetting properly. Ring figure is dropping too quickly on the 3rd node over and over again. I mean, I could try to alternate it. That's a lot better. I kind of clicked there for like a minute or two. That's a lot better. For like a stretch of an entire minute, I was kind of on point. Give this one or two more runs. Trying really hard to focus right now. It's kind of like getting there, kind of not. really hard to get it right off the bat. The longer it goes, the closer I get to it. It's practically ending before I get a chance. It's a dexterity problem. It's not a stamina problem. I have more than enough stamina. Just can't seem to get them to go back to back. Just like too early now? Oh. Yeah, I'm too early. I think that's good enough for today. For the stuff. We're gonna just stick to this until something clicks. Well, we'll see tomorrow. Alright, so let's go down. Can't even get like 10 seconds anywhere. Sure. That gives me the proper burn-ish. So I can like step down probably. Hopefully. Too much dexterity check. Definitely not a stamina thing. I'll say stamina is at like 60 or 70% right now. Just can't move my fingers that fast. No proper form or anything. kind of did it for like a minute. The early minute was pretty good. Okay. It was good for like a minute. And then everything kind of just fell apart. The moment my fingers stuttered once, I couldn't find it again. Kind of time to recollect myself. One of the telltale signs that I don't have a dexterity problem is when I can relax and speed up and slow down throughout the map, so I can like hone in and stuff. That time it was just when a beat is skipped, it's just all sorts of, I don't know where it is. Gotta get to that point where I feel like I can speed up and slow down whenever I feel like, and then narrow it in. If I can feel that, then I know that I have enough dexterity for it. It doesn't have to be accurate, it's just I need the flexibility to be able to go faster and slower. And that time I couldn't go any faster. That is good. I can go faster whenever I feel like. Yeah, it's always great to know that you have, dexterity to go faster. At least personally. In my mind, if I can always go faster, then I can always slow down. Near the end, there was some stamina issue. I was tensing out near the last 40 seconds. But this is our stamina capstone because it's one of the longest. And then we have 155 as the other one. Yeah, no stamina issue. It's it still takes a really long time to settle in. And it still takes 15 seconds or so. So it's very difficult to just be right on the dot right in the beginning. So like if I were to play these songs, I would have to play at least twice to settle into the BPM. Or just play back-to-back songs that have the same BPM to settle in. I can even feel a 1 BPM difference. It still takes a while. It's a little bit less subtle though. Faster to adjust to a similar BPM. But since we're stepping up and down, it takes at least 30 seconds. not bad. It's quite a bit better than before, for sure. Still like jumping around a little bit and having a bit of a twitch here and there. And then now we don't need to rest anymore because we're barely even close to taxing our dexterity or our stamina now. Anything below 160 is comfortable again. Still takes a little bit to adjust though. But we always have the luxury of speeding up and slowing down at 160 or lower. Come on, Osu Laser. No problems. Got a little bit lazy waiting for the client to, it took me a while. I was going a little bit slower than I wanted. Yeah, so now we try to ramp up to 167 as soon as possible. This is no longer a dexterity check at 160. And then staminas. We're way over stamina. Operating at like 70% at the max. This is like 30%. Yeah. It's definitely worth noting that I'm gonna have to write a note to myself. I can definitely explain something about there's this like, I feel like there's this misconception about the source of people's finger lock. Like the whole concept of finger lock, I think is a little bit misconceived. I just had a thought about it. I'll think about it later. However, I think this is where we stop on the slowdown, because I don't think 150 and 140 is going to be enough anymore. So what, we go straight up to 180, drop down to 155 after stopping by the triples. Probably a good thing. Perhaps dropping to 160 is alright, then we can finish off with one of these. Oh, think about it. We're almost there though. There is one set that I have not touched at all, which is above 180. I say I wouldn't ever strive to be faster than, like, I wouldn't strive more than 200, really. I don't think there's any, I don't think, in my opinion, songs need to be greater than 200. Maybe momentarily greater than 200, but generally speaking, I don't think I require any of that to appreciate music. So once we complete, like, here, I think I'm pretty satisfied. You can always do short period bursts well above your range. So right now, like 180, it's still a little bit tough for the ring finger. Maybe 5 seconds, and I mean 5 seconds is really kinda all you need for a lot of things. However, if you get it up to like 30 to a minute, if I get up to 30 to a minute, 180, that would just mean it translates to a 5 to 10 second burst of 200 plus. Which is kind of enough for me, really. We're getting there. Today's day 11, man, it feels like a really long time, you know, 11 days, but at the same time, it feels so short as well. We're not even halfway there, and I think I'm gonna run the entire length of these two practice maps at the rate we're going. This is probably gonna be the longest, although technically if we get to here, that's really the goal. There's really, everything else is pretty extra if we manage to do it. I might add 3 more map sets from 180 to maybe 190. We'll probably add, I'll see if I can find a, like, up to 190, maybe a 185 and a 190 step. This is way more comfortable, and in retrospect, it has generally been the case. Where way back, maybe 3 years ago, when I was messing around with playing on the ring finger or playing on the middle finger, and it's always been the case, and it still is 3 years later under practice. It's easier to consistently maintain a rhythm, like a speed, with my ring finger and my pointer finger, but it has always, still to this day so far, been less consistent, starting and stopping, starting, stopping, starting, stopping, like triples, like bursts. largely the reason why I chose to do pointer finger and middle finger was because when you're playing songs, it's usually starting, stopping, starting, stopping, and bursts are far more common common elements naturally because it's shorter, right? So you can intersperse it a lot more in a song than long streams. So here I'm seeing the opposite effects. I am definitely way more proficient at doing triples with my middle finger. And that has to do with tapping in general. What I mean is, you know, you think about what you do in life, like generally habit forming, and when I'm like tapping to a song, when I'm listening to a song anywhere, I'd be tapping with my middle finger and my pointer finger. And it's irregular, because when you're listening to songs, the rhythm changes a lot, right? It changes up and down. Usually you use your pointer and your middle finger to tap on like a table or something. However, here, when you're doing long, consistent, similar patterns over and over again, you start thinking about WASD. If you play a keyboard and mouse like I do a lot, ADing is the most frequent. And you often AD in a really characteristic pattern a lot of times. Because when you get bored, like when you're standing around getting bored waiting on a queue, you're gonna use your ring finger and your pointing finger back and forth if you're a keyboard player, of course, like myself, I guess. And then you're just gonna go back and forth. The problem arises is that it doesn't necessarily, it's actually more of the exception than the rule to be consistent. ADing when you're playing in games are irregular. So what's happening here that I'm having problems with is when I hit like 168, where maybe right now it's at 167, where there isn't a stamina issue at all, my hands stutter, right? It stutters. Maybe that's a bit of biology, but at the same time, it might be habit too. Because when you strafe left and right, you don't strafe left and right in a consistent BPM. Like you don't go left, right, left, right, left, right. You go like left, left, right, right, or right, left, right, longer, right, left, right. So that kind of thing. And it's kind of really, it's not frustrating to me because I know it happens. So when you get down to like 155 and 160, if the map goes long enough, I'm going to like tap early every once in a while, or I'm going to drop a note every once in a while. And that's just gonna be it, you know? I don't find it frustrating if I know why it's happening or what's causing it. So to me, it's unfortunate that, you know, it'll stop me from getting good at like higher act than I would like, per se, the game would like you to have. And it's unfortunate it'll stop me from like participating in, I don't know, the PP system or the ranking system. But that's just the way it goes. And I can explain why I, quote unquote, skip beats and miss time, which a lot of times this goes into a hot take on how I feel a lot of people use terminology that they can't explain about themselves. So one term that I hear quite often is finger lock. And finger lock is a huge umbrella. And finger lock is a symptom of a lot of things. But generally speaking, if you can't describe why you're finger locking and you're offering advice about finger lock, then that finger lock advice is probably not going to be very appropriate for the person you're talking to. It's not to say it's bad or good, because when you offer advice, it's kind of a compassion thing, right? You're just trying to help and all that, so that's great. Just that here's a spin on finger lock right now, just a quick hot take. So you have two components, dexterity and stamina. A finger lock is generally a momentary, sporadic thing, so something that occurs occasionally. Generally speaking, that can result from possibly dexterity, but that really isn't a component. The component is consistency, because finger lock is inconsistent. When you have a dexterity issue, that's when you start like consistently double tapping or consistently. That's not finger locked. That's a dexterity challenge, as in your fingers cannot go back and forth or have the dexterity or mobility to maintain the cadence. Sometimes when you offer advice about finger lock, it often comes off as an advice on consistency. However, there are many sources of finger lock that isn't attached to consistency. Regardless of how much stamina you have, it can be triggered spontaneously. Consider it a personality quirk or something that you do habitually. If you can explain it, I think it's a more reliable way of understanding. Maybe you can train it in some way, or come to like me where I kind of accept it, because I don't think there's any amount of training I can possibly do where dexterity and stamina doesn't come into play, where my fingers are going to quote-unquote lock up, as in it does something different than you expect. A characteristic way of determining if you're having a similar issue like myself, I call it an issue because it's undesirable for the game system, is that when you do it, you have no intellectual or mind-body feedback on it happening. So the irony here is, if you think you understand how finger lock works, then I don't think you're talking about finger lock. You're talking about a dexterity problem, as in something you can train and practice. When I think about finger lock, I think about something that happens subconsciously, or something that happens where your body does something and it stops doing it, and then it resumes doing it as though it didn't, and nothing has changed, right? That's what I truly think what finger lock is, but I don't really call it finger lock. I just call it, finger lock kind of describes it, so that's kind of what I'm referring to most of the time. Yeah, like a nervous tick. Hey, Warren. Yeah, like a nervous tick. And a nervous tick is a personality quirk. I call it a personality quirk because it's kind of it's a more optimistic way of describing it. Like, if you have a nervous tick, if someone recognizes that it's a nervous tick, and you recognize that it happens, you can play to that nervous tick. Like, I don't know, say I have this habit, and I'm sure if I point this out, people will be able to find it. When I'm thinking really hard, I have a habit of grabbing my hair, like just brushing my hair back or something like that, or like pull at my facial hair. I recognize it's a nervous tick, so at some times you can choose to try to like condition it out, or you can work understanding it's there. So for me, I think the whole aspect of finger lock can be a source of really terrible emotional damage that's self-inflicted in OS. Like, for OS players, it's to me, the hot take or like the deep cut here is I like to believe that it is necessary for you to define and figure out what nature of finger lock are you experiencing. Because if you spend all that time hyper focusing on the idea that you can do something or certain things about it, and it doesn't help you learn or feel acceptant about it. Like, for example, someone would go and get really angry that, I don't know, so-and-so, no matter how hard they train, there's this thing that just occurs, right? So you train harder and harder for it. There is a chance it'll go down, like it'll go away or kind of like suppressed to some extent. And then there are times when you're gonna have certain nervous tics that might just be there, and perhaps your approach is different, right? And that's worth investing in my opinion. For me, there's no amount of advice that someone involved in training that will remove what I'm describing. My hands periodically do that. It does that in every video game. Like, if you're thinking that OS, just training OS, moving my fingers back and forth is gonna stop that nervous tick or that finger lock, I use my fingers every single day. Like, nearly 90% of the time I'm typing. Like, my hands just don't sit there and rest there. And I still notice those things. Like, it still happens. So for me, I can express and understand that, nah, don't worry about it, you know? I'm not here to train that out. I'm here to train other things. It's going to happen while I'm training those things. It's not going to hurt my health. The reason why that's important is because if you don't try to understand why certain things happen, or maybe like try to discover other things to explain it, you could end up hurting yourself even more in the long run. And what I mean by that is not just physically. We've seen physically. Physically is very apparent, you know, RSI and all that stuff. But it can hurt you mentally and emotionally. It can destroy the thing you love. So sometimes, yes, it's awesome to feel like you're overcoming an uphill battle. And then other times, just understanding the stuff can elevate you too. So what I mean is, as opposed to me focusing on the aspect of finger locking, as in, I don't know why, no matter how many times I play 150 BPM with no dexterity or stamina challenge, my hand will accelerate at some point, and it happens. I can choose to spend all of my efforts around that one element, and that leads to hyper focusing, right? Or I can focus on other things that I can improve around the thing. And maybe it'll go away, maybe it won't. Sometimes you have to decide, and awareness is necessary to redistribute your efforts. Hyper-focusing can be incredibly advantageous and incredibly disadvantageous. And that's kind of the whole balance between specializing and generalizing. So, what is more important than the nervous tick or the finger lock that you've been working on for 6 months straight, right? Say you've been working on it 6 months straight. What could you have done or used that 6 months if you weren't hyper-focusing on that? That involves OS. Everything else. You can do everything else. So here, just to give an idea of why my training or my retraining is structured this way is, I personally have determined that a combination of this and these are enough for me to train without losing focus. So it provides things like 3 or 4 things that I'm willing to work on while remaining focused. If you add more to it, that just means you want to train more things, but it becomes less focus, right? So you're trying to find the balance. And when you're thinking about training or working on a skill, that's kind of what you want to commit to. So if you're thinking about, say, you're going to learn a new language tomorrow, starting tomorrow, the idea is how well mentally prepared are you? So how many things are you going to work on, aspects you're going to work on at once? And then what are the pros and cons? Is it focused enough or generalized enough? And for me, finger lock is a general problem. Or it's a specific problem where I've considered it. And since it's such a specific problem, it occupies such a small percentage of the things I can be working on. So when I think about, like, some people could say you're not accurate when you're doing this, it's like, well, there are 3 and 4 other things I'm doing while trying to produce a better accuracy. So that's the idea. There are well more than anything. We had a little conversation with some new people that I've met recently who are very candid and talk about their own approaches. Like, for example, if you haven't played Oaths for a while, the advice is to play some low diff long maps to get reacclimated. It's like, yes, that's true. But how many things are you willing to juggle? For me, I'm not willing to juggle aim for now, or reading skills, right? So I deliberately chose to focus on a lot of things that deal with retraining tapping. And tapping itself is involved in reading and aiming. But how much of it am I taking on at once? So it might seem like I'm only working on like 1 or 2 things, but I'm working on a lot of things. I only choose to work on as many things as I think I can proficiently work on without losing focus. So that's the idea. So if you're ever really learning something and really trying to get to the bottom of how to explain things that are the nitty-gritty of specific things that are making you screw up or something that are recurring, you have to increase the focus. So narrow down the focus and do specific tasks, right? If you're not concerned, once you're not concerned with those specific things, you expand, you start picking up more skills around it. So that's kind of the idea of most life skills and most skill building stuff. If you really love something and that something has become a specific problem, right? For example, you really love this vanilla flavored Pop-Tart. Like, you really love it. However, over time, you're gonna develop specific quirks with it, the specific nuances. One thing is you wish there were more things like it. That's an indicator that you're focused. You've pretty much explored everything about the vanilla thing, right? And then you're gonna start thinking about the specific things, like, man, if only this was so and so. That's a very specific problem. So it will become less than, it's like, it's an insignificant, it may seem like a significant problem if you don't expand, but it becomes a very specific problem. So once you expand from vanilla Pop-Tarts, I don't know why I'm using vanilla Pop-Tarts, just because Sun was here. We were talking about Pop-Tarts earlier, and Sun's on a grocery store trip. So the idea is, the next thing you do is how you develop the skill or the life skill for appreciation for vanilla Pop-Tarts. You look at other like related products of vanilla Pop-Tarts. So what happens then is you expand your knowledge of Pop-Tarts. And once you expand slightly, however you're comfortable with, right? You stretch out and slightly reach out your comfort zone. You hold on to a new thing. Then the specific thing that was bothering you about your love and joy takes a back seat. It may or may not disappear or completely change, but what you did was you refocus or you defocus on the specific problem, which has become insignificant to negligible in a way, and you acquired new things to appreciate and analyze. And eventually that new thing becomes one and the same, and then you'll find nuances of that property. Then you add another thing and another thing, and eventually you'll develop into a gigantic skill set, right? That feels all routine. That's kind of how I feel about the way most players haphazardly construct or try to deconstruct their playing habits, where they offer advice on a mechanic, however they don't necessarily know how to express exactly what that mechanic does for them, and also fail to express how, or unpracticed in explaining how that would work for the other person. So for example, it's a very common form of dialogue when it comes to this, and it's related to this whole practice thing. I can explain to you what I hope to do, what inspired me to do and choose these specific things, and then I will try to explain to you what it may do for you if you were to repeat this stuff, right? The standard form of dialogue is you do this and no explanation. It's just a leap of logic. So for example, oh, you want to de-rust quickly. Well, do these things. No explanation. As in, it's already inferred or implied that the advice you give is self-explanatory. It's not. It's usually not. If it was self-explanatory, you wouldn't have to suggest it. That's kind of the idea. So when you start discussing the things, it all makes sense. Trust me, like, there's no misunderstanding. It's just oftentimes when you discuss the details. Generally though, when you practice things and you teach things, when you practice and teach things, it's very difficult to practice the effort part, which is explaining what it'll do for you. So for me, when I offer something, I have to demonstrate it and explain it, all the things to myself first. If I can explain it to myself, then the next step is to explain it to another person. So yesterday, or actually, yes, I think it was yesterday. No, the day before, we had a really wonderful discussion about 3 different approaches to getting reacclimated to oaths, right? Some people just go in and play as hard as they can. Actually, let's use a softer sounding background. We had 3 different approaches. They will all lead to reacclimation to oaths, right? One was just push yourself as hard as possible, and, you know, do hard maps, go for it. The other one is lean in, long training, low diffs, so that your dexterity doesn't get checked at the door, and you build up consistency and reinforce your foundations. That's excellent too. the whole deal. And for me, I compartmentalize that. So I take it even slower. I do the re-tapping training first. So I training my ring finger and my pointer finger, right? It's going really well, by the way. Like, it's going way faster than the middle finger because I have legacy. I'm translating what I do with my pointer middle finger to my pointer ring finger. And then I'll go into reading, probably. And I'll go into aiming last. And aim is last because I already use this form of aiming, and it's very specific. Like, drawing and stuff is very specific to this hand motion, and I don't practice any other habits with my right hand that's similar, because I can explain to myself that the more complex the movement is and the more specific it is, right, it's easier to remember. Like, for me, it's easier to remember.
I swear I just did this, but here you go, loot ice cream.
Yes, simply scrub harder to de-rust quicker. Son, do you know how rust works? No, I'm just kidding. You really do scrub rust off. I guess that metaphor works. Done, that pun. Anyways, the idea is, there are many ways to approach things, and my way is a way that I can define myself, and that's just how it works. I think it's fun to compare and contrast other people's approaches, and it tells me a lot about them. I don't know if when I explain things myself that people get an impression of what my quirks are, but I take things quite slow. Like, I'm an endurance person, right? So we're not bolting into, if I take a 8-month break, I'm not gonna come back bolting into everything. I'm gonna prioritize stuff. So one thing that I prioritize is the weakest elements of the skill. So a lot of times people describe the skills, they use skill as a sum of their parts. So basically, OS is a skill. Playing OS is a skill. I don't see playing OS as a skill. I see OS as a combination of a lot of different types of skills. And a lot of those skills, I know what you're saying. It's like, oh, I do too. Like, there's tapping, there's aim, I understand. Intellectually, I think most OS players understand that there are many skill components to the game. The advice and how they treat the training for it doesn't suggest to me a lot of times that they understand what they intellectually appreciate. Like, for example, if those things are different skills, then one should be able to see that I am only training a very specific component. And I'm communicating that very obviously. So when someone knows and appreciates intellectually that OS is composed of many different skills, and then suddenly offer an advice to a person that clearly is only training a component of that skill, then it would imply that there's a dissonance. They know that OS has many skills, but they train like it's one skill, for example. So that's kind of a telltale sign that, to me, when someone treats it that way, they're intuitive. They're an intuitive person, so they practice intuitively. What's a great example of intuitive learning? Someone who doesn't like going to school and learning compartmentalized fundamentals. They enjoy watching someone do all of the things and then trying it themselves. That's an intuitive person. So you see someone like land an FC on, I don't know, let's do a shout out to a classic map, I don't know, an FC on the Big Black or something. And then this person says, you know what, I can do that. and they go on the journey to doing that. Just full stop. Jump into Big Black, right? That's an intuitive person. Someone who's going to rely on their intuition to get better. For the most part, I think there are things that I can do that works that way. For this particular game, it's not that. It is not that in the end. That's what you tried in the beginning of OS. Didn't go well, yeah. So at some point, it's a one-way trip. I don't think the average person, when you take statistically the average person when they're training skills, intuition comes first. It's the most natural thing we rely on, because when we grew up, right, when we're young and inexperienced, we have our intuition. Our intuition is fundamentally our safest place. However, as we're growing up, institutions, as in school and stuff, try to impart you on the systematic way of improving and analyzing things. So while we're inexperienced, at a period of inexperience, that component is being introduced. But before ever that, what's the most natural thing to do is to rely on our intuition. And that will be a practice for the rest of your life. Like, so it goes without saying that it isn't fair and it's not the same that if you become analytical about something, it is an acquired skill trait that is way harder. It's not like, we're not talking about subjective. This is no subjectivity at all, because inherently you'll always do something intuitively as a human being far more frequently than removing that human element from you. I mean, you could try very, very hard to be a robot and say that you view everything objectively and pragmatically. However, that's not the case. That's like forsaking, your human nature. So when it comes to practice and skill work and a lot of those things, that's where a bridge becomes a problem. So for example, when you're offering advice and you're relying on intuition, right? If you're intuitive and you offer intuitive advice, generally speaking, it's consistent for you and it's rarely consistent for the people you talk to. The way we bridge different people, like I can't read your mind, you can't read my mind. So if I'm intuitive, there's once in a lifetime where you and I will be on the same page intuitively, right? Because we both have different life experiences and our intuitions won't really line up. However, you kind of wiggle. So like we're on the same page like 60%. Like that's good enough most of the time. To bridge the rest is to go into the field of objectivity and pragmatism. The irony here is a lot of times pragmatism is very, very difficult and is on a level that requires you to really, really suppress your intuition. That's how you bridge between two people, like objectively speaking. So for example, objectivity is the thing that two human beings can agree upon unconditionally. So when you start offering something objective and another person argues to that, you have not formed an objective advice. You have formed a subjective advice, an interpretive advice. For example, two human beings, they're human beings, so they're subjective and intuitive. So for example, this song, you need to tap 168 BPMs to FC this song. That's an objective observation. To bridge wholeheartedly 100%, two human beings will understand that this is 160 BPM. That's it. Like there's no concern, right? However, when it becomes more complex, like training stuff, you're gonna have to be able to explain the objective nature of the training in order to fully grasp, like, bridge between two people. Now, there is some leeway. If you get to know the other person, you can use your intuition, parts of your intuition that lines up with the other person. It's true. It's true. Technically, you don't. Technically, you don't. And that's where the pragmatism comes in, right? When you said technically you don't have to tap 168 to FC it, everyone's going to agree with you too. Because you can describe why technically you don't. Because you can have poor timing. You know what I mean? Like, you can have fast or slow timing on that. And those are objective things. How do they impact practicing? Well, I can tell you that if someone was off time, you have to know that person in order to understand what they're trying to achieve. Like, for example, how do you know if this is an improvement over what I did today? Which is not even on this list, is it? Oh, so I felt better today on this second score than the first score. The question is, you see all these objective marks, right? What does that tell you? Now you need to interpret it. And when you interpret it, you start using your intuition. You start using your human component, right? You look for patterns where there might not be patterns, or you look for patterns where there are obvious patterns. It's steers away from objectivity. So the idea when you talk about training and skill building and stuff, you're talking about a human being draining a skill. So it requires that you be able to explain things as objective as you can, as in comprehensive. Yes, I could have felt physically better. I could have felt mentally better. It doesn't even have to be physical, right? So the idea is, it's very difficult, regardless of how much we want to say we're human beings, right? And know that we can train things or objectively evaluate or propagate things. I say for the most part, generally speaking, at least in the greater OS community, it's very reliant on intuition. And it leads to really fun discussions because it shows the difference between people and how they approach things. Like, I love when someone says something personal and it reveals so much about them. Like, for example, that whole idea of, oh, I just, go in and go ham and just play the hardest map I can and I improve over time. That says something. It says a lot about the person. Whether it's advice I'm gonna take, that's not really all that important, honestly. I'm gonna be real. Like, if you want to connect with this person, you participate in their realm. So when someone offers me advice, what I do is I try to explain what they're trying to tell me, right? Not explain what I do in response. Like, I don't say like, oh yeah, well, I'm doing something different. No, I probably couldn't explain what they're trying to get at. And the first thing I start with 2 days ago was someone suggested I play low star, low diff, long maps. And immediately I explained what their intent was. It's like, yes, I agree with you. The person suggested that it would improve my finger control or get back my finger control. And I agree, it does. And so does the other stuff. So does the thing I'm doing. And so I explain, like, yes, so what the approach you have is finger control, among other things. It also works back your aim consistency. It also includes your reading comprehension, and it also probably improve your stamina if you play long enough, right? That's the kind of thing. And it covers fundamentals. So the thing is, this person, I was trying to illustrate that this person did offer advice that helps with finger control. That is accurate. I took their advice and told them that, or I tried to share that it did way more than that. In fact, sometimes when you do way more, it also defocuses you. So there's advantages and disadvantages to including a lot of things and being focused. So not only did I not offer mine until after, I wanted to highlight that what they're doing is even more than they're suggesting. So when someone offers advice, I want to really explore what that advice is. So for me, then I can use that to communicate that I'm only at the moment interested in finger control. And I agree your advice offers finger control, but it also adds aim, reading, aim, reading, timing. There's a lot more things that are added on top of it, and I am not focused on that. This is why I chose my approach, which minimizes all the other things that you are also getting, which is good or bad. It's interpretive. Do I want to focus on all those stuff at once? Not particularly. Maybe it'll come later, that kind of thing. So a lot of times you don't even have to offer advice of your own, but use other people's ideas to see what you can add to them. And oftentimes, more is not always better for one's own personal goals. So one habit younger, more ambitious people do is take on more than they think they're taking on. So that's why school can kind of be boring at first. And what I mean by that is, one of the deep cuts here is that school doesn't necessarily offer you topics in which you are born to intuit immediately. And because of that, it creates a gigantic barrier. However, I can tell you for sure that when those kids who hated school grow older, I can probably use school as a great example of what they end up doing naturally later in life with something that they have developed intuitive investment in. So then the reflection is, why couldn't school have been like that? And the idea is, well, when you were young, you had no things that you're really attached to yet. And school is trying to expose you to that. And sometimes it doesn't offer it, Like, school is trying to do a lot. And that's why it feels unfocused. It feels less tailored. Because when you're young, you don't have any specific thing that you're going to invest in the stuff that school is trying to teach you. Or school is trying to get you to aware yourself. I think that's probably the biggest thing. School provides you with the stimuli to develop your own skills of problem solving. And that's kind of a misconception here. Like, school doesn't provide you one-for-one how to study sustainably, how to solve problems. They present you with the problems. They present you with the tasks. And hopefully that one day you develop the balance between focus and skill building, right? Like the balance of focus and generalization in skill building to apply it to whatever you end up enjoying. Well, I apply it to everything in general. And I really like school because that's the only way I escaped from I know how this sounds, but I did like video games too. School was also an escape, like not school itself with the people in it. The idea of schoolwork is unadulterated. It's objective, right? If you're thinking about video games, what makes video games an effective escape from the more dynamic issues of life? Well, life is noisy. It's a lot of things all the time. If you want to sleep better, try explaining to yourself, how do you sleep better? There's so many things we don't understand. There's so many things, information and stuff you have to take in or observe, and you try your best. When you become objective and pragmatic, you start simplifying the things, because you simplify to the point where you can understand it or try to understand it. And school is kind of like that, for me anyways. Like, when you do your homework, it's simple. Like, what I mean, it's simple. What's simple may not necessarily be easy or hard, and what's easy or hard may not necessarily be simple. So they don't go back and forth. But in this case, it's simple in the way that it is defined. If you do your homework, you have the correct answers, you get a grade. So if you FC something, you've hit all the notes regardless of timing. Right? That's unquestionable. It's defined. So what is more objective? Going to a job, working for an undisclosed hour, and someone might recognize you've done a good job, or have all the right answers to a test and you'll always get a perfect score if you know all the correct answers. That's what video game is. So video game is an extension of school. When things are simpler and supposedly easier if the person practiced those skills since then. So school and all that stuff, to me, is the lowest effort possible. That's only suggesting from my perspective. It is one of the hardest things to do for most people, in my opinion, because unlike most people, I grew up non-intuitive, as in there were very few things that were very intuitive to me. What I mean is, I totally based my ability to do things through observation. And if you're ever wondering, like, man, why do, like, you watch a comedy series where you feature a really high functioning person and the first thing they do is like, I don't get it. Why is this funny? Like, how do you intuit laughter? That kind of thing. That's kind of me when I was younger. Like, I don't understand why people, for example, have to feel better about themselves by losing control of their faculties, i.e. drinking, right, or partying, when you could just be happy. Like, what I mean is, you do things that make you successful on paper, then you don't need to do the other things. So that's not me anymore, obviously, because I'm not a robot. I'm also a human being. So video games is another thing. It's actually a simplified form with a little bit of mess. Just a little bit. So here's what I mean. If school is almost fundamentally less messy, as in it's simpler, video games is slightly more messy. And what does that slightly more messy thing mean? Well, it allows you to flex your intuition. It allows you to form your own opinions. Allows you to be a little bit more creative, right? The irony here is, when you end up falling in love with a video game, you become less and less creative. Like a static video game, a static product, and you get closer and closer to what school is trying to do, which is to provide you with a foundation of objectivity, right? The foundation of crude but exact pragmatic problem solving or task-oriented things. So the GOAT here, I think, even though I digress really far from the idea, is the stuff you do to learn how to train and understand why you can't get better and understand what your finger lock is. It's what you do in school. And I'm not saying school does that now, like in the way that video games do. It's just school can do it in that way, and I typically use that to my advantage, right? Well, before video games, school was that's where you get your enrichment. So it's pretty surprising how well a lot of people acclimate to understanding a lot of the things that school teaches, because and science teaches. What it is objectivity and pragmatism. The downside is, while the average went up, right? Like say an OS player who is really invested, they're kind of like above average when it comes to analyzing and solving their problems when it comes to OS, especially skill building and stuff. But that's where it ends, in my opinion. It's like above average. It's not at the skill cap. If it's a skill cap, you'd be pursuing a career in like science or something. So that's where I come in, right? That's where I feel that I can no longer resonate. I can recognize that if you're trying to solve a problem and you try really, really hard at solving it, eventually you'll develop problem solving skills. However, it's restricted to this. So I can take that advantage and use it as a way to get someone to solve life skills with the skills they develop in OS. One of the greatest things about education or school is that it is in the adult's power to offer a challenge that the kid cares about, so that they naturally develop pragmatic skills to solve. And here's a little bit of a deep cut, for better or for worse. How well you can communicate to me that you solve something in a game to another person is reflective of your objectivity and your educational background. So when someone goes around and just says, play more, and it's like the top 10 player in OS, they are very, very incredibly skilled and intuitive player, but they have no development in teaching, learning, or any form of objective skill. Right? It's a trade-off they have. So one could consider that talent per se. Talent is where intuition takes prominent face, where it's actually, I feel it's a little overstated. Talent is an idea that where someone can naturally be great at something without consciously being aware and being able to explain and teach it. You can be very skilled at something and still be able to teach and instruct and be self-aware of it. So talent isn't just exclusive to someone who naturally have no idea what they're doing, but they're really great at it. It's kind of weird to say that way. I don't know if anyone has ever realized the separation between someone who's skilled and someone who's talent is the talent person relies solely on not using their noggin in an abstract way. So if you have something that you're really good at and you don't think about it, intellectually or pragmatically, and you can't explain it to someone, then you're probably talented. That's how I define talent. Yeah, so here's the thing, son. That's how you view talent, people who are intuitively get better at something quickly without needing to understand it that well. You are one of them. it's just varying degrees, you know. Talent has varying degrees. You intuit a lot of things that you can't explain to me. Like, I can't be you through the instructions you give me. So there is some form of talent that makes you excel without needing the components to be able to explain it to yourself and others. You have started investing in using and applying understanding of the skill over time, but inherently you had talent to begin with, right? Talent is just that phase where it can, or the early phases where the person doesn't necessarily need any form of pragmatic use of, you know, skill building or anything. It just happens. And that's kind of cool. It also has some element of luck, right? And I mean, I'm going to be real. That's fair. I can see I'm talented in some things. I think I just started analyzing more than the talent. So yes. So one thing, and what you're saying is the GOAT here is that you can be talented and analytical at the same time. You don't have to stop. You don't have to stop with just relying on your talent. The thing here is the people you see that are truly talented, it's so overwhelming that they don't spend time doing any of the stuff that is needed, right? For example, the top of the world thing, right? The top of the world thing. You stop learning new things. You stop having incentive to using any other methods if you're already at the top. So when we talk about the examples we see on the internet about talent, right? A lot of it deals with individuals that are at the top. When they are at the top, it takes a very special someone and motivation or some sort of perception of goals in order to keep that person pushing for different analytical tools or overcoming things. So talent is what is that phrase? It can become a burden. So the unbearable weight of massive talent, right? I'm actually throwing a nod to Nicolas Cage's movie, the movie that stars Nicolas Cage, but what the idea is, it might seem easy until it's not, and when it's not, you start developing skills. You start learning new things revolving around that skill. So it's when people see talent, or like a human adult see talent, right? The first thing they want to do is like, what else can you do with that talent? Unfortunately, when you're talking to a talented person, sometimes that's all they care about. So if that's all they care about, then it will always be more difficult to get them to care about something else. And to me, OS has that weirdness. So here's the silver lining. When someone gives me advice about how to improve OS, and it's incredibly intuitive, it also means they're probably talented too. As in, they are more talented, whatever it is, they are more talented at the outcome than I am. However, it also makes them an incredibly unself-aware instructor and teacher, because they don't have to evaluate the things they do when anything they do helps them improve. And it comes full circle. You see what I mean? Like when a talented person goes around and say, this is what I did to work, it is even more unlikely that this is how it works. Because if the outcome they're measuring is improving and they're talented, well, everything leads to improvement. It's a false positive. It's a confirmation bias. So you can't possibly do that. There's a different version of it that doesn't involve talent. I'm an English speaker. I'm a primary English speaker. So if someone who speaks Spanish wants to learn English, they shouldn't ask me how to learn English as a second language, because I learned English first. So it became intuitive to me first and always. What does that do? Well, the person who speaks Spanish does not start with intuition. They start with pragmatism and objectivity that translates into their intuition of their first language. So what is a natural person who's more... So in a way, you can say, I am more talented, right? I am more talented at that specific time and moment when someone asks me, how do I learn English? And I'm a native English speaker, and that other person is a native Spanish speaker. I am technically, at that time, more talented than the other person in English, because talent is a component of intuition. So when I explain things in English, I will naturally be more intuitive than analytical when explaining it. To bridge this, ideally you want to meet someone else that already learned English as a second language, and even better if that person is a Spanish speaker who have learned English. And that's a separation of talent too. For me, talent is really, really closely related to intuition. You wouldn't be familiar with... No. So I can help them refine semantics after they develop intuition for the language. So as a native English speaker, one must close the gap in intuition before they bridge that that empathy and resonance. So it's not that you don't look for a native speaker for advice. A person who's learning English as a second language has to develop and close the gap of intuition before they approach someone with that much intuition. Like, for example, how does a talented person relate to another person if they're closer in talent? Because they'll have the same perspectives, they will encounter similar problems, etc., right? Problems, advantages, what does that other talented person remind you of in terms of video games? Your rival. Someone who rivals you. Your competition. In a world of cooperativeness, like learning skills and stuff, it's competency. The word I would use is equal levels of competency, or similar levels, enough to bridge the gap. So yes, it's not permanent. We're talking about that very specific cross-sectional time where at that moment I am a native speaker and another person is illiterate or like just completely non-fluent. At that time, the gap is gigantic, and it deals with the level of intuition. You can develop intuition, and the guy at the top can develop empathy. And to develop empathy is a requirement of analytical skills. It's ironic, I know, but the only way to get yourself out of your reliance on your intuition is to become more analytical about it. And that's the field of education. That's what, in my opinion, in a really long-winded, digressed way, that's the field of education. If you cannot do that, you are not an educator. If you cannot make things easier to understand, not simpler, like there's a big difference. I do not make topics simpler. I try to make topics more understandable, because you're not taking and cutting away all that nitty-gritty hours, 2 hours worth of material. I'm trying to reframe it in a way that it's understandable, not cutting corners. Like, play more, that's cutting corners. That's not explaining all that stuff in a way that that other person cares about. What I would do is I will explain all these steps in a manner that the other person cares about. I'm trying to match their intuition. So when you're instructing someone, you have to frame it in a way that meets their intuition. If your intuition is this high and theirs is at this high, you know, like lower, because they're new, it's your goal as an instructor to lower it, and it's their goal to raise it. So they raise it by gaining more experience, and if they're talented, it will be pretty high. But to raise it and to lower it requires analytical skills, because you have to be analytical to remove yourself from your intuition. So as an instructor, as an expert, one of the biggest skill gaps and barrier to being an effective instructor, an educator, or advice or a consultant is to be able to lower your reliance on your intuition. To be pragmatically and objectively concerned with making things easier to understand, and not to simplify things. When you simplify things, it's condescending, it's disrespectful, and it also leads to misinformation. I will not tell you that what I'm doing is going to help your aim or your reading comprehension. Slightly less reading comprehension, but it's definitely not going to help your aim. If my aim improves doing this, it's not necessarily because of what I'm doing. So that is objectiveness. That is pragmatism. Like, I do not use my aim. Even if my aim improves, it doesn't mean it helps my aim. It doesn't necessarily mean it helps my aim. I have to prove that it does. So when someone says, play low star maps or play more, it'll help your aim, finger control and stuff, it's like, yeah, technically. But if someone just improves naturally from finger control and aim from anything, like playing FPSs, your advice is not effective, right? Because if you go and play an FPS and you come back and play OS, you might actually see an improvement in your aim. You don't know. Like, you don't know what this person does. So when you evaluate your information, you got to make sure that it's not a placebo or something else. In fact, play more is really elegant. It's super elegant, but most people don't explain it, in my opinion. Most people don't go through the effort of explaining how play more translates to overall consistent improvement in anything. It's kind of like a motivational speaker that says, just do. Like, don't think, just do. The challenge here is to explain why sometimes, or a lot of times, when you stop thinking and you just do it, it inherently consistently improves whatever you're going to do. It's like a 8-hour seminar. You can form a whole class over the philosophy of don't think, just do, right? Unfortunately, for educating and communicating with another person, it's usually think before you do, and it's not the way that you're thinking. I feel like the conventional sense of think before you do is often an approach for fear mongering. So what I mean by that is, most of the time when people think about that phrase, think before you do, is often talking about preventing yourself from making like a butt of yourself, you know, from sounding like a pep or offending someone or something. That's not what I'm using it for. What I'm using it for is think before you do is understand the thing you're responding to. Understand what you're going to do before you do it. Think, Mac, think. Freaking Omni, man. So the idea is you're thinking about all the nuances of the thing you're about to do. So for example, I can intentionally embarrass myself. It serves a function. If I thought about it, like this person is incredibly embarrassed, they accidentally spilled something on themselves. Well, if you think about it, you could spill something on yourself. Is that just don't think, do? Well, you could think about it and still do it. So that's kind of the idea. It's not just one, it's not a prevention method. It's the weirdest thing that happens all the time, I think, in modern society nowadays. It's like, if you go on YouTube, even on language, oh my gosh, on language, I'm still working. I'm very passionate about this because I've been working on brainstorming the whole day for next year, like all these days, how I'm gonna approach using a educational, like a self-controlled and feedback approach to using a tool and evaluating a tool to learn a new language. Because next year I'm excited because I'm gonna finally do it. I'm gonna commit to learning a language. But I have a very nuanced approach to it. And I can tell you now, one of the deep cuts I had recently is the idea that I'm getting bombarded by people who are on the internet, especially native speakers or people who have already been fluent in learning another language, talking about how don't make these mistakes, like 1, 2, 3 mistakes in learning language. It's like you don't make mistakes in learning language. You get experiences that either are accepted as incorrect or correct, but there's, in the learning process, mistakes are part of the learning process. So you don't avoid mistakes. In fact, if you wanted to hear a contradiction, people who actively are doing things encounter higher frequency of making mistakes. Those mistakes ultimately shape their ability to learn quicker. Without and avoiding mistakes, you have no frame of mind to understand how they are mistakes or why they are mistakes or an investigation of them. You're trying to condition a person to be talented from the start. When you are talented from the start, you no longer am encouraged or self-motivated or have a natural process of wanting to do better or wanting to learn more. So inherently, in my opinion, it's counterintuitive, and it's just my rebuttal to this type of content. It's great, it's kind, maybe it's what they want to express, that's fair enough. It just isn't part of the learning process. Removing mistakes, telling people what not to do, or what to do, in fact, can be detrimental. Usually the positive ones are okay because people respond to positive feedback all the time. When you use negatives, like making mistakes, you inherently no longer give the person the tools or stimuli, specifically stimuli, to refine themselves. So for example, OS. I struggle with OS, right? If I'm an analytical person, I will naturally continue to play OS because it's interesting that I have a problem to solve. If you're not a problem solver, then you might want to check your intuition at the door. Intuitive people don't like to solve problems. It's not any problems. It rarely is, and it's a small pool of problems that they're willing to solve, which is the stuff they can intuit enough to understand and also feel good about it. So naturally, when you want someone to learn a different language, and this is something I can offer, but it has nothing to do with actually learning English or actually being bilingual. It's knowing the psychology behind learning things. When you go around on the internet thinking, don't make these 10 mistakes on doing things, every success... I'm willing to bet 90% of the successful people of the skill that they're talking about made those mistakes in order to become successful. Like, it's a precursor for their success. Or a prerequisite. They made those mistakes because they did. When you ask those successful people, the first thing they tell you that resonates remarkably, let's just use someone, let's do a shout out to someone that's really influential, like Mr. Beast. I really admire a very specific thing about him. And his thing is do the things. When you made a video and it's kind of like well researched and you did it once and whatnot, that's great. Do 1,000 more, one each day. Keep striving, find something that you want to change, and for the better or for the worse, but as long as you're aiming to be better, see you in 1,000 videos. It will be astronomically better. That's the take-home message. So whenever you watch a video and they're telling you what to do and what not to do, ask yourself if it's part of a learning process. Because in my opinion, teachers arrange a lot already, but in life there are not many human beings, in my opinion, in the vast minority, that want to be not good at any specific thing in order to teach something. And what I mean is, to be a great teacher and an educator, you're practicing things that inherently will make you not as good at the actual thing you're teaching. Why is that? Because it takes that level of thinking in order to actually teach people who don't know anything. So I would say, yeah, I'm a native English speaker. I can probably do a slightly better job only because my English isn't as great as the greatest of greats. Like, I'm not gonna be reciting Shakespearean poetry or doing, like writing epic poems in iambic pentameter or reciting the greatest literatures of Tolstoy or something. I can't do that. But that's not because I don't spend time doing that. I have to keep myself grounded in order to reach people who are much lower than me, to bring them up if they're interested. The higher you get up there, the longer it takes to get back down in intuition to reach an audience that's willing to meet you there. So that's the goal, right? How to be a good judge of character? Well, you need to resonate with them first. So if you're teaching, let's say I meet Coffers and he's about here, and I realize I'm about here. Is this gap enough for Coffers to step up and me to step down to meet? He has things, he's up here, like playing Fortnite, for example. He has things up here, and I'm down here. I have to be willing to ask enough questions and get an idea to reach somewhere where he's willing to drop down to meet me intuitively. Talent in general creates a larger gap. So if you're asking me, how do I feel about being talented per se? Well, if you become more and more analytical, you're probably going to end up thinking less and less like you're talented. Because analytical naturally brings people down, like in an intuitive nature. So many things that were once intuitive might not seem so intuitive anymore. And that's where I am. And that's kind of what teaching is. to be an effective educator, teacher, coach, you kind of struggle with the imposter syndrome a lot. And it's been a long time since I'm lying a little bit. Someone did recently tell me that I was talented because I was drawing something and then I was doing something else. But that feels great. But at the same time, there's no part of me that ever believes I'm talented anymore because I just don't rely on intuition most of the time. So it is actually very, very hard, and it's a common outcome where you experience imposter syndrome when you reject talent or you reject relying on intuition and go on the pragmatic side. And what happens is it removes that weird interaction where when you offer advice and it feels like no one's listening to you. Because generally speaking, if that's the case, then you haven't exercised enough pragmatism and instruction to really communicate that information, right? So if you're ever wondering, like, it's a two-person problem, remember. It's a person willing to come up and come down. But what's the GOAT is if you're incredibly charismatic and you're really analytical and you know how to dissect someone, that person could be the bottom of the barrel in pragmatism and you could just meet them down there. That is, to me, that's the ultimate goal of being a teacher. Wherever the starting point is of the person you're trying to teach, you can meet them there. So what happens is that teacher basically is the dream of the kid, right? The kid goes to school and say, like, you know, this teacher, everything's just easy with this teacher. Like, I just learned calculus because this teacher made it so easy. That's the idea. Because the teacher is bringing the intuition to the level of the kid, not the other way around. Now, as an adult, when you get into more complex things like how to train for oaths and stuff, that's when you kind of need to meet, right? And we're going into this digression, so we're committing to this because I'm ending with this segment. Let's expound upon this a little bit more, right? How does this work? Like, how do you get... So the question is, how do you get out of something? So what I mean is, knowing all this, how do you get out of the specific thing that you only care about one thing, right? Or be really invested in one thing? The idea is, the more you can relate to someone, it has another potentially desirable effect. All right. When I'm sure some of you have heard this phrase before, but let's refresh just in case. When you're an expert and you're meeting someone who wants to become maybe an expert or become knowledgeable about things, and you have to come down to their level, right? You have to come down to their level and they meet with your level. What happens is this person has grown while you have learned to understand this person's perspective. What happens in this situation? Well, this is where when you meet, the teacher learns something from the person they're teaching, and the person they're teaching is starting to get the ability to teach the former teacher. What happens there is there will be an exchange of ideas, and that exchange of ideas will both enhance the quality of life of the teacher and the person learning. If you don't meet that, if you, like one of the end processes, if you did not gain something from the person you taught, and that person didn't give you something for teaching them, then you haven't reached that connection. So to me, the most gratifying, like, indicator that you have managed to do something as an instructor and as a teacher or an expert is that that person was able to give back something and acknowledge that you have given them something, and in response you have also received that something and given them something. So for example, I play OS because I was exposed and interested in, you know, talking about and telling other people about this game. The community has taught me something about the community themselves and all the people that I've met. I've learned what it is like to be in the mindset, at least part way. I don't completely resonate with the OS community, but it's not from not trying, right? So I've learned and adapted and taken a lot of inspiration from the OS community, and I use it for other things. So it's taken it from me. And what have I given back? Well, I've met people that potentially have done other things now because they were exposed to me outside of OS, right? That's the idea. So it's not just one-way exchange. It's a dual-way exchange. So when you meet people, I know this sounds counterintuitive. When you form intuition on the internet, this is someone who's lost, who feels isolated, so they go to the internet and they're looking for people like them, right? So they end up finding people like them. Now, when you find people like you, the gap, the intuition gap, is really close. However, there's still a gap because humans are not telepathic. You cannot meet one-to-one with any other human being but yourself. I mean, sometimes people actually don't meet one-to-one with themselves. More on that in a little bit. But the gap is like this. So if you were successful at bridging that gap, that group, that community still has the capacity to learn and expand. I can tell you the gap is a lot bigger than most people think. Like, hey, I go to the OS community, and then you realize, like, I never feel like I resonate with the rest of the OS community. And that's not more of a reflection of, that's more of a reflection of self and your expectation of how much pre-selection can happen with a game. It's pretty strict, actually. It's on the high side. OS community's barrier is kind of big. It's still, I think it's still higher than the pre-selection from FromSoft games, right? So when you pre-select, you're in that expectation, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna meet other people like me, right? Like, so, to some extent. However, there's still a gap, whichever direction, if you feel you're lower or higher. But what happens is you have to meet, and when you meet, you resonate. It involves both parties exercising some pragmatism or some objectivity to bridge understanding that they otherwise don't have. And then in that process, you will learn that the other person or each other have properties that you will acquire over time. And that's how you expand out of it. So what is the incentive to actually understanding someone? It's always like, why does it all, to me, it almost always feels like an incentive? Because there's always an opportunity when you resonate with someone to take something from him that you develop a care for that wasn't your own. So this is a deep cut and digression into how to get out of depression, boredom, complacency, a lot of things, and why the usual first method is to have a support system, right? The golden goose is to always have a support system, and that support system will try to bridge the gap. When you're really depressed and you're surrounded by people who are not depressed, right? Support system. What happens is those people, if they really intuitively resonate a lot, they'll probably be close in gap, but they care about you so much that even when you're at the bottom, having people around you that will go to the depths to meet you there will offer you the connection and an avenue to the way out of your pit, like your level of thinking. So that, in my opinion, is something I'm working on. It's a way I'm trying to like it's not new, it's just presented differently. I'm trying to present it differently so that it can visually be appreciated, like understandable enough to even someone who's like really upset or having problems getting out, or like trying to talk to other people because they're miserable. The idea is to visualize that if you don't want to do anything at all, you just have no motivation to do anything at all, visualize yourself and think the first step is to talk to anyone. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to find someone who's willing to just hammer down and get on your level, whichever it is. It's either down or up, relative. It's all relative, right? And up is not positive, down is not negative. It's just you have to be on the same level. So that's kind of like the idea of encouraging people to, if it's not a person, it's a thing. If it's not a thing, it's a subject. The things I emphasize whenever doing training or anything recording is I'm actively having conversations with myself that allows me to rehearse and practice for when I need to resonate with another person or need to communicate with another person. Because your strongest instrument and the most reliable thing whenever you're stuck hyper-focusing on your own things is a stimuli from outside. And you can't just, you need the capacity also, or the practice, to extract that information. Like, for example, here's a good one. If you're struggling, right? If you're struggling just being happy and someone compliments you, it's like, oh yeah, don't worry about it. Like, you're doing super well. And if you're not practiced enough to read or understand what the intent of that person is, then you've also lost an opportunity on how that can make you feel better, right? So on the one hand, that person is feeling good, so they're going to express a sentiment that is positive. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to get as closely possible to you, knowing that you're not doing so hot. And I would say that kind of approach is like halfway, maybe like 30%. So how do you reach that? You need the tools and the practice skills to reach it. One of the skills is how to recognize what the intent behind a compliment is. There are different types of compliments. The goal is to practice the skill of understanding the other person, right? And that skill requires a lot of practice. So it's not just taking any compliments. It's understanding the person behind the compliment. What can that compliment be? It could be a video game. It could be a video. It could be a card. Music. Art. Most of the things that are constructed and created by humans is an extension of themselves. So if you really want to tax and enjoy your analytical skills and test their analytical skills, being interested in the human behind the product is kind of a big deal. So what does that translate? We're going to take it full circle. That's why giving advice can tell me a lot about the person giving the advice. When I ask a question, I'm not just simply looking for an answer by listening. I'm trying to understand how they respond. So understanding the person is listening to understand something is very different from listening to respond to something. So for example, that's why I'm not the biggest fan on pleasantries. Pleasantries tend to be socially acceptable as listening to respond. So for example, hey, how are you? This person is waiting for your response. They're not waiting to try to learn something from you. Typically, the vast majority of people are using it as a way to respond. Like, hey, I'm doing well, how are you? You're waiting for a response. You're not planning your next move. You're not thinking about your next move. I am. I'm always planning my next move. Like, I don't just say, you can't tell the difference until you pull the trigger. So until I get the go, I won't extend on it. But I don't just say, I'm doing well, how are you? And then wait for a response before coming up with an idea. I will have an idea in case I want to share if the person doesn't want to respond. That's the difference between looking to understand, listening and communicating to understand someone, than playing the reply game. Regardless of where the conversation goes, if there's a period of silence, I would say full confidently, I let it get silent. That's if suddenly everything is quiet, if you're talking to me, is because I recognize that perhaps it's very comforting for that other person to be in a state of quietness. There's time for pausing, and then there's time for conversation. The silver lining in this, some people might, a lot of people, I would say, lots of youngins out there would say something like, oh yeah, but it's so tiresome or exhausting or nerve-wracking or anxious, right? Lots of anxiety to always have to plan and lead a conversation. Well, I'm gonna tell you one thing. If you have the ability to always know that you can lead the conversation, it's a chicken or the egg thing. To remove that insecurity, to beat the insecurity and the worrisome and concern about talking to someone, generally requires you to practice that very skill. When you have that skill on lockdown, there's no amount of nervousness or anxious that can deflate your concern, because you can always take control, or you feel you can always take control of the conversation in a way that benefits both parties. And that comes with practice. It's kind of tough, but it's one of those things where the solution is the thing you don't want to do. Honestly, that's a hot take about most life skills. Life skills only become better when you actually practice those skills. So to start is that whole saying, starting is probably one of the hardest things. And we're not talking about video games, we're talking about life skills. Video games, there's a pre-selection, right? You can see what a game is going to be like now before you even play it. Life, you can't see what it's going to be like before you do it. You can only see what it's going to be like after you do it a lot. And that is the solution to this stuff. How do you develop empathy? How do you become a good teacher in education? How do you improve your interpersonal skills? The don't think, just do is, in my opinion, apt for this. And thinking meaning thinking without prior experience. So that's the biggest asterisk. If you have a lot of experience, then you're not thinking about it, you're just doing. If to get to that state, you have to stop thinking about things you can't possibly know about to gain experience, right? That's kind of the idea. It's like a duality. You can think about things when you have the experience. Otherwise, what are you going to base it on? And one of the biggest things, I think there was like a slight digression here, was, oh yeah, I had a conversation about parenting. Just a little bit, just a little touch. This is just a teaser. I haven't worked out the ideas yet. This is a kind of a dark topic. When you are a victim of abuse, if you choose to ignore it and reject it, you're not learning anything from it. So naturally you gain nothing from it. And then when you act on that ignorance, it doesn't necessarily lead or guarantee you to be not the thing you despise or reject, because you have no knowledge of it. So for example, this cycles back to the whole learning language and the learning process of making mistakes. You can't possibly know if you're making mistakes if you never make them in the first place. You can try your best to mitigate the mistakes by having someone tell you what those mistakes are, but you have no idea what happens when you make those mistakes. What do you learn from those mistakes? Well, you will never know. You never make those mistakes. It's a trade-off. Perhaps that person saved you a life of heartache. Absolutely. And perhaps not. There's only one it either happened or it didn't in life. One thing's for sure, a mistake is an event in your life when it comes to a learning process. There are things you can avoid that I would agree with, like things that kill you. That's something different. Do you want to learn death? Like literally, I can make an exception for that, but that's a minor topic. When I mean like minor topic is, that's an extreme scenario. The learning process, that involves mistakes or things that you thought were mistakes, right? So the next time you watch a video and someone says 10 things I would avoid doing if I had to do it all over again, think about it to yourself and ask yourself what kind of person it takes for a person to make a video like that, and what kind of person this person is, thinking that the people who are viewing their videos would want to know that. It's not bad or good. It's just to give you the framework of always listening to understand, not listening to respond. As in, when you're listening to learn something, you are also trying to take everything from it, not just the literal advice. The literal advice is a response tactic. If I told you, you should do what I'm doing right now to gain stamina like I do, your first question would be, what kind of person are you? Like, what is this person's background? Did they clearly explain certain things? Do they demonstrate to me in this video that they have the competence level to reveal this? How much effort do I need to do and background research do I need to do before I start to trust this person? Right? Your input and their input have to match, or like match enough for you to accept the level of trust. Nowadays, it's more like trust me, bro. I'm going to exploit your psychology to get you to trust me. Like any newcomer comes in, it's like, hey, I'm gonna use fear, and I'm also gonna use credentials to create blind faith. So naturally, what's the criteria for language? Language is the one that is the absolute most deceptive. Because if you're listening to me right now as I explain certain things, the first thing I could say is, I've used English my whole life, therefore you should listen to me when I talk about learning English. That's inherently a logical fallacy. Like what indicator would suggest that I'm good at teaching English? Did I communicate that? You're looking for those things. It's not just what they recite. Like for example, someone starts a tech channel and all they did was read off the specs of Samsung's phones. Oh, that guy does know a lot about the details of the phones. And that's it. That's where the level of thinking ends. Like, no, why would he think I need to know these specs? Does he think that I'm a person that cares about these specs? Do I care about these specs? Are these specs important to the understand? All these questions, you gotta keep going. Dig. Look at it, the person's background. And then that person is also, the background that that person offers is part of their effort to communicating that. How often does that happen? And how often do people engage in that type of investigation? I'm gonna tell you now, in the internet hustle culture, I'm willing to bet less than 50% of people even go any lengths to even asking, well, this person kind of feels like they know what they're doing. Like, well, yes and no. Often the ones that are most successful, either luckily or intuitively, with talent, intuited how to exploit psychology or see patterns enough to exploit psychology. Not maliciously, just they're trying to survive, you know, become popular, make a career. All these are benevolent and endearing qualities. Objectively, it does not change the idea that the examples or inspiration or points of things that they did is exploiting psychology. When your video is titled, "These are the things you must avoid when learning a new language," you are exploiting psychology. You are exploiting fear. In fact, those fears may become the very real glass ceilings to so many people's journey to learning a new language. That fear puts caps on OS players. That fear places caps on competitive process. That fear places a cap on the creative process. That's not subjectivity. It inherently eliminates. Objectively, it just closes doors. That's the only thing it does. With a certainty, it closes certain doors. It can open other doors, but those doors that you're saying are literally closed. There's no that's the intent of your thing. So those doors get closed. No argument. No, that's not an opinion. You're literally telling people not to do certain things. Now ask yourself, what kind of person needs to say those things? If you can understand why that person say those things, you can at least appreciate why those things are significant to them, and then you can better evaluate if they're significant to you. Was AFK for a bit, but I had a question. Not sure if you touched on it. How would you go about a situation where you're succeeding at one part of a skill set, but when you change your focus to other parts, you find yourself stuck at one level over extended periods of time? How different approach could even be inside one skill set for this to be like that? I did touch upon that in a little bit, just like a tangential, indirect way. One of the things is to find inspiration, right? So when you are in a situation where you're succeeding on a subset of a skill, right? Say your envision is a complex skill that has a subset of different skills, and you have one or two skills, and you're changing your focus because those skills are refined to a point where you're going to have diminished return, right? Say OS is like aim, tapping, and stamina, if those are the skills you're paying attention to, and you focus on two of those skill sets, and you need to get to a third, and you're working on that, but it's just stuck. Generally speaking, it is going to be diminished return where you keep breaking it apart until you can't break it apart anymore. And the idea, hopefully, is that your investigation of that new skill gives you inspiration from other sources that allows you to either deviate away from that skill that's like tangentially related, or you continue breaking it down. And I do understand the whole feeling like maybe I've already gotten to the bottom of it and I've tried everything, right? The whole idea of you reach to a point where like you've tried everything. In the realm of human creativity, the only way you have reached a point of trying everything is when you exhaust your own ideas. So the only other source is everyone else's. So you reach out, right? You try ideas from other people. Maybe people you trust, maybe people you don't. And then beyond that, if say no one knows, right? This is where you become a scientist or a person who has a PhD. You're in a field where no one else has any ideas. Then the goal is to try to create your own, which is not great. Like, it is such a daunting task. In the end, your satisfaction with where you are can be countered by your need to continue improving. So the quick band-aid rip is that you become acceptant of where you are, right? And that's kind of a cop-out. It's kind of like, but I want to stay motivated. I want to keep doing that stuff. Then you find other avenues creatively. You create new ways to measure that specific skill or measure satisfaction of that skill. So you're not directly placing the strain on that skill anymore, like your attachment to that skill indirectly. And those are like some avenues. The short answer is inspire yourself to be creative, whether it's within or outside. Generally it's outside, and otherwise you have to find acceptance, which acceptance can be kind of hard. The silver lining for acceptance is that you will find substitutes for it. So when you're truly acceptant of the thing you no longer like, you're stuck at, like say you accept that you're stuck at something, naturally speaking, you will find, as a healthy individual, you'll find something that substitutes for it, something that will replace it on top, and you begin your journey again. So the goal is, two of the most reliable things is accept that you're stuck here, be fond of it, and then now you go on to develop a different skill. Like that's, and what happens is that skill may or may not come back to improve everything you had already. You won't know that, but the idea is you'll become just as motivated on the new thing. If you truly have become acceptant of where you are, you can also move on. You can always come back too. There's always a chance to come back. It's really difficult to ever know the next thing you do will suddenly feed back on itself. For example, people who rediscover their joy for art later in life. Like someone who writes a book in their 50s and they always dreamt of being an author, but they became a scientist for the longest time. You can never underestimate how well things connect, because you need creativity. You need a creative source somewhere. If you're out of ideas, then you need a muse. You're looking for a muse. And the nice thing about humanity is it's foreseeably endless in someone's lifetime. I don't think, generally speaking, there are very few humans who truly have thought of everything before their mortal lifespans end. I don't think there's, like, what does that human look like? Think about, what does that human look like? Well, when they die with complete apathy and peace of mind that they have nothing else to look forward to and nothing else to create. I don't think I described even 1% of human beings. So naturally, I believe in the idea that any of the above. Find acceptance, develop a different skill. There's always a chance it'll come back. Find someone else, exchange ideas, continue your journey. Right? Those are the most element. And the one that I was thinking, the one that I touched upon earlier is the idea that, say, you're a teacher who accepted their level of skill, which is kind of where I am right now. Like, I'm not gonna push for like some new horizon or something, but I like the idea of using and consolidating all my experience to offer as a teaching material, or maybe a discussion material, right? In that process, I'm going to interact with other people who are learning as well, or talking about stuff. And because of that process, I'm going to be inspired to do something different with what I learned, because it's an exchange of ideas. The moment the teacher teaches something to someone else, and that someone else also reaches to the teacher, you exchange ideas. And that led into the conversation of listening to understand, not listening to respond. So when someone offers me advice, I'm trying to understand their advice, not respond with my own advice. As in, whose advice is better? It's, can I understand this person's advice, explain the advice to that person, and then reciprocate with my own advice and explain it as a suggestion. If I can do both, I'm actively synthesizing what they want me to do, and it offers me another avenue to doing that. So when someone shows me a video, I don't just explain to them how I feel about something. I explain to them what I think they might be thinking, or what their motivation is. So when I speak and analyze it, I'm taking into consideration, why did this person share it with me? I gotta ask about that, but maybe I'll take a jab at it first. So whenever I respond, it sounds like a freaking, you know, a heckin' 6,000 word essay, is because I'm trying to guess and understand the context of the video and the context in which the video was given to me. So much like when you're asking this question, I'm trying to encompass as much of the detail as possible from the perspective of why you asked me in that form, right? So I address as many parts of the question as possible in order to make it relevant in some way. And then near the end, I obviously did the whole concise hot take, which is find inspiration. For me, I do the 80-20 rule, and you've heard me say this a couple of times. If I feel like I'm approximately 80 percentile, I'm willing to accept where my skill set is. Once I reach about 80 percentile, that's when I switch over to teaching mode, or discussion mode, or consolidating the experience. So I start writing about it. I start thinking about how to explain this to other people. And that's the mode where I stopped improving the literal skill and using my skill that I spend most of my life doing, which is teaching. Mainly, specifically, communication. So everything I learn is an extension of teaching and discussion. So OS, while it may be the lifeblood of someone else and everything branches from OS, for me, everything branches from how do I make it so that I can use it as a teaching tool or a life lesson? How do I get people to, if they want to do something, how do I get them to do it? Or, you know, like, in a way, I'm kind of like the same intent as the people who openly give advice. Only I try to give advice beyond that. It's not better or worse, because what happens is the advice that I give might not be intuitive, right? It's actually often, and now you I feel like now it comes full circle, right? Why do my advice typically feel like it's unintuitive, but easy to understand? The reason is, in order for me to understand and teach and be an effective teacher, you have to remove intuition out of the equation. However, you have to make it easy enough to understand so that the other person can process and take in that information without relying on their intuition. So most things are counterintuitive, as I said a lot of times. So when you're explaining things that is removed from intuition, inherently, even if it's not counterintuitive, it's just non-intuitive in general. So what is non-intuitive about improving a skill set you're stuck at, for example? Stop thinking about it and do something else. That's a very, very logical and pragmatic way of approaching it. It's an option. It's a thing that can overall increase your satisfaction of the skill set and the value of the skill set. So for example, you can take whatever level of your skill set you have now and apply it to the next thing. It doesn't have to be in this system. So what's another thing? Play a different rhythm game, for example, and then come back. You never know. That new rhythm game might inspire you to come back, and that feeds on itself. So it's counterintuitive, right? To think, hey, to get good at this game, I have to always practice this game. Well, no, not really. It's actually even more, to me, while I say it's non-intuitive to most people, it's actually intuitive for me to encourage someone to take a break from OS and play something related to OS, and then come back. I can explain why, I can explain it so that it's easy to understand why that can work. However, what I just said will inherently always be counterintuitive. Skill building is the summation of a human's experience, not necessarily the specific craft. At the highest level, it can possibly be argued that it requires an unfathomable amount of dedication and time. Even so, then, those people have to know how to keep their nutrition in line. They have to know how to rest. There are so many skills, even at the incredible top level, let's do a shout out to the marathon runners, like Kiptum and Kipchoge, like arguably two of the best marathoners in the world. I would reckon if you ask them, they will still talk to you about how they stay healthy. And that involves a lot of skills that they build. They run like a marathon every day or something, and it's within 3 hours. But to get to that point, what else are they doing for the rest of the hours? So that's kind of the idea. When you start focusing on analyzing a skill, it becomes more and more focused. And the natural, counterintuitive thing to do is to step back and be less focused for a brief time, to take in inspiration, to play something else, come back, take a break. It's more likely to work than not work, is what I'm saying. I'm not guaranteeing you anything, obviously, because that it depends thing can come up. You could end up choosing and falling in love with something that's entirely unrelated. And how do you wrap your head around that? Well, you acquired a skill that's entirely unrelated. What it doesn't do is probably help you with the skill that you were stuck on. That's fair enough. Probably unlikely. But what it did help you with is to build a skill that doesn't interfere with what you already have. So if it doesn't help you improve the skill, the new skill doesn't help improve the skill that you have now, it also doesn't hurt it either. And generally speaking, you have to balance your perspective. When you learn new things, it also interferes with old things, in both good and bad. Whenever you're constantly focused on what you want, you always generally gravitate towards avoiding the negative, ignoring what else can happen, and then only focusing on what you desire, not what can happen. So what you desire can end up being worse. However, because you desire it, you only focus on what it can offer. That's one way, that's one way to look at it. It's not multiple ways to look at it. So when you develop another skill and take a break, you don't know that taking a break perhaps refreshes your mind and memory for the skill that you left behind for a bit. Call it a second win, I suppose. Like when you're down and out, suddenly a second win happens later, and you come back even stronger. That can happen. If you don't come back even stronger, in my case, in my example, likely is the thing you found is probably stronger than the thing you came back to. And what does that do? Well, overall, you as a person, now you have two strong things. Not one strong thing, two strong things. In less time, even. I would argue probably even less time. So there are lots of possibilities. If you only want to focus on the positive, a positive way to think about it is if you step away, you're not going to lose a lot. You have far more to gain stepping away for a moment than not stepping away. If you've reached that point. So if you reach the point where you've exhausted everything, you feel like you've come up with all the ideas, stepping back, doing something else, will inherently, statistically, on average, be more efficient with your time than continuing to do it, right? You don't have the answers, you don't know where to start. It's kind of like know where to start too. If you're thinking about it, if you spend a lot of time thinking about it and you've exhausted everything, that is diminishing return. You're not going to get anything out of it. That's kind of, it's not bad. I'm not going to make it sound like it's a bad thing, because you can also frame it in a positive thing. You've closed this door for now. You didn't lock it behind you. You closed the door so you can check out all the other doors and what's behind those doors. It's not shut a door, lock it, bar it up and never open it again. It's you close the door and you'll come back to it. Maybe. Some days when you open a door, I should draw a diagram of this. Like you shut a door, say the door is here, you shut it, and then you go to this door. It opens up. But what if that path leads back to the door that you shut? You don't know. You have no idea. And if you don't do that at all, you'll never know. What you do know, though, is if you think you've exhausted all your ideas, it's exhausted. What you do know for sure is that it won't improve. If you convince yourself it won't improve, right? So why bother spending time with thinking about how to improve something that you've convinced yourself? This isn't gaslighting. It's not self-gaslighting. I'm appealing like I believe you. You're stuck. So logic would dictate, if you're stuck, do something that you're not stuck at for the time being. Because if you're stuck, how are you going to use your time if you're truly stuck? So I absolutely completely take your weight. That's how I take your weight in your words. I trust that you understand when you're stuck. So this is the acceptance part. I'm accepting that you know you're stuck. And if I believe in that, then stop spending time being stuck. Do something you're not stuck in. And one day you have no idea, but it might just unstuck itself. That's how I usually learn things though. Iteratively open and close different doors. It's just a little strange when some of the rooms stay the same over time. Yeah. And that might be something, that might be something you can come up with a different approach for. For me, if I were to give you an idea as an inspiration, it's more of a trophy thing. So I have doors that I close and collect it on the side. What I can do to give them value is not that they don't stay the same. It's that they largely stay the same. And the thing about them staying the same is how they literally stay the same. But what I do is I create stories around them. And it breathes new value to them. So they don't ever stay the same because I'm telling stories about them. So like, for example, my childhood will always stay the same. If you're trying to be pragmatic about it, you can't change anything about your childhood. It's already happened. But it never stays the same. Not to me. Not to anyone that I'm talking to. Not to even my friends who hear my story 3 times in a row, 4 times in a row. Memory is fluid for human beings. So it's kind of ironic because it's also a deep cut to nothing stays the same, even if you think it stayed the same. And a lot of times that's revolving around how you feel. However, objectively speaking, like, we have metrics, right? We have our height being measured or our weight being measured. Those things have literal objectivity. That's true. Even those to me don't stay the same. 100, if I'm the same weight as I am when I was 20, it's not the same anymore. It's not the same weight. They're not the same. Human beings at most things are tenuous. They're tentative and dynamic. So if I don't ever play OS again, I'll tell you about stories about OS. It keeps OS alive. That door is closed, but it's also open. You can see through it. It's a glass door. I can take the information out of that door and share it with people. It will forever have more and more value. I don't discard my things. If I can't use it literally, I'll use it figuratively. This is probably the most flexiest I'll get. It's a weird flex, I know. But the idea is, I can make things sound valuable when they don't ever change. What is so valuable about my childhood? Well, I can tell you a few things. There's a lot of stories about overcoming adversity. And they mean different things. The same story can mean very different things when I intend it to. So on the one hand, overcoming adversity could be a triumph in a Cinderella story about the American dream, perhaps. Or it can be a morbid discussion about bullying and how it affected my insecurities that I had to overcome later in life. It can be all those things. And that has very little to what it literally is, right? It'll be ever changing. Also, to phrase it better and make it more clear, it doesn't stay the same, it's just that I want to make the ceiling higher, but I only managed to make the room wider. Well, I'll play the pun. I'll play the pun for you. So what I've discussed so far is that it's about the volume of the room, not any specific dimension. So what you reveal to me is that you focus on a specific aspect of the room, not the entire room. A human is the volume of the room, not any particular dimension. A single-story house can look incredibly beautiful and filled with volumes of untold stories, much like a skyscraper. So, you know, if you want to literally go into architecture, right? There are beautiful one-story, like a good example would be Apple's headquarters. It's definitely more wide than it is tall, but it is kind of fun to think about if you want it to be a skyscraper. Like, so there is, just to empathize with you, I can see that it is more your aspirations to be a skyscraper than it is to, you know, to touch the heavens, right? To reach for the sky than to be grounded. So let's make them both positive, right? A house, a room that is incredibly wide is far more grounded than a skyscraper trying to reach the sky. Now let's think about all the positive things. While you're certainly way taller and high, but which one's more stable? When you're one story, you're more stable. What does stability mean? You have bigger foundations. Skyscrapers can be very tenuously happy, right? Because there's one point, one path. But when you have a wide room, you have consistency and foundation. It doesn't topple over. It doesn't succumb to the weather. The metaphor goes on, but it's a fun metaphor. Like, I would love to like go into a long digression on how to metaphorically turn architecture into an expression of human emotions and personality, because we have to remember, architecture is an extension of humans. Architecture is an extension of human creativity. So naturally, if you look at a structure and a building, like a room, like here's a great exercise. When you go to your room, characterize your room, explain your room, explain the items that are in your room, what they mean to you, and then ask yourself, can you change any of them? Do you want to change any of them? Because the room is an extension of yourself. So for me, you can, as a human being, you can find beauty in any aspect of your room. How that room develops is part of your life. It's a summation of your life. So yeah, you can want to be a skyscraper sometimes if you're looking at skyscrapers all the time. So right now, you're going around looking at skyscrapers. Naturally, you would probably evaluate most of your perspective as skyscrapers. You're thinking about how tall your room is. And what I can see most of the time when I'm talking is, what about how wide your room is? I'm kind of curious. If your room isn't wide, I can tell you there are a lot of interesting things to make it wider. And when your room is wider, it can also support a taller structure. Just saying, that's how pyramids work. Just think about how pyramids work. If you want a taller pyramid, you gotta get a wider room. I haven't gone down this line of thinking. This is just improvisational, but you know, all the elements are there. So here's a thought. Here's a silver lining. Okay, you're just making the room wider so that one day your room can get taller. How's that? That's a little bit of gaslighting, so I would take it with a grain of salt, because widening one's room doesn't necessarily guarantee that you'll get taller. What it does guarantee, regardless, so the thing that I said was safer. Regardless of how tall your room is and how wide your room is, when you do something, the volume always increases. When you become wider or taller, your volume always increases. So if there's anything worth entertaining, like my suggestion is perhaps a perspective about how big the room is a way to encourage yourself to do anything, like more things, so that you can fill the room up, right? Or increase the room itself. Because that's what, in my opinion, what a human is, right? That's legacy. Your room is your legacy, regardless of how tall or wide it is. Legacy increases when you're not stuck. There's one thing that will be absolute. When your room doesn't get taller or wider, you're stuck. And when you're stuck, nothing changes, or nothing feels like it changes. So if you're one connection with the feeling, if you feel like things don't change too often, it might be time to take a step back and see what else you can add to your room. Maybe a poster. I always wanted to do this thought experiment. If I end up getting a larger audience in the future, I want someone to draw me their figurative room. I've done this before, no joke. This is not a coincidence. It might sound like Worm that I was ready for this. It was a coincidence that you are using rooms, because I use the door metaphor a lot. I thought about this narrative and this thought experiment, and it bleeds into the idea that sometimes when someone can't speak to me or explain what their problem is or things that they don't want to share, I just simply visit them and look at their room, or look at what they have extensions of themselves. Because if a person is not, it's still a barrier. However, it's less of a barrier than trying to rely on the person's ability to express themselves in an emotionally compromised state. So if the person is unable to express themselves, like verbally, there are other ways. There are other windows to this person. Looking at their schedule, what they do, literally looking at their schedule and looking what they do. Not like if they're unable to communicate with you, or look at the room. Like look at what they, what they own, what they look at. There are so many things that can help with a potential. I guess the word is potentially, the phrase is potentially help. There's no guarantee that there's a solution, like a step 1, 2, 3 easy solution to it. The idea is, though, the more observant you become about human extension, which goes all the way back to the beginning of this digression as a wrap up. Seeing, listening, and reading with an intent to understand is incredibly hard, exhausting, and requires that you be in a mindset of excess energy. So if you're bored maybe with excess energy and you're tired of focusing on yourself and you don't really have anything you're interested in, that extra energy can be used to try to understand, listen, see, read, and think with the intent of understanding as opposed to the intent of responding or like reacting to it. That extra energy can go a long way to practicing a skill that, in my opinion, has no upper limit. It doesn't have physical boundaries. It doesn't have a glass ceiling. And its return on investment is infinite, in my opinion. It's like you can spend your entire life getting returns on this skill, and you can spend your entire life working on this skill, and it becomes easier, quote unquote easier, and more efficient if you practice it. It is incredibly hard because the first thing you have to do is you have to stop thinking about yourself. And you have to make sure you don't have to think about yourself before you practice this skill. You can still try though. A lot of people balance it. Like they still have things that they don't like about themselves and all that stuff. And then they're using it to try to look for things in others and try to understand them. But it creates a lot of interference. So it can be worked on side by side. It's just a lot harder. So one day when you're bored and you want to learn something and you're just saying, oh man, I have 3 hours and I just don't know what to do. Pick up anything. First thing you do is you watch it, read it, whatever, and try to understand the person who did it. Ask yourself, why did the person do this? What is it trying to tell me through the person's shoes? So it's a great exercise in leaving your own body. And with that, you can come up with new ideas. You can come up with new ideas all the time. So if I saw a dog right now, I can come up with a new idea. You just set the analogy, the metaphor of the room. I take that idea and I'm molding it. I'm using your perspective to communicate what I'm saying without saying any more. Like I didn't add any of my own vocabulary. I just took the room and just molded into something that perhaps you can use in the future. And hopefully maybe you'll share the same advice later. You know, like one day you'll be like, yo, dude, check this out. One day I thought it was really, really fun to be taller than the Sears Tower. I'm sorry, I only know of a US example right now. Or a Toronto CN Tower. But you know what? It's even cooler to be a 1-level bunker. You know? Nothing can touch me. Like, it will survive a nuclear holocaust. Kinda, something like that. I'm starting to like run into a little dead end on the complexity. But that's a good stopping like sentiment for this digression. And an end to this. I know I've been hearing this melody in the back for quite some time, but I still have something else to do today. Today is reset day, so we gotta move to a different thing. But that's a wrap for the digression. I have a good idea of how to label this one. I think we're gonna do more of these type of digressions at the beginning or end of these. Anyways, there you have it. If it sounded overwhelming, my only advice here, as a cathartic advice, like an empathy thing, is just take one thing at a time. if it took you 3 hours to listen to someone and only understand one thing, 1 is still greater than 0. And trying, if it's 0, trying is still greater than not at all. The sky's the limit. The heavens is the limit. Or maybe 1,000, 1,000 kilometers that way is the limit. It just keeps going further. Like, you don't have to just think of vertical distance, you can think of horizontal distance, right? Or even Z. You can't really think, time it's kind of hard. Alright. That's a wrap. Today's, by the way, today's practice was pretty good. It's still a work in progress. Alright, Os. Thanks for Thanks for the inspiration. All from Os, right? It all started with Os.
See you next time.
Alright. I really do gotta get a drink too. A sugar drink. A sugar drink of some sort. Let me swap this up quickly for a moment. Not that big of a thing for reset week, because this reset week is a bye, like a bye week. Sec. Today is, oh boy. Give me a sec. I've neglected my duties. I definitely neglected my duties here. If you hear a window sound, it's my window client. Don't worry about it. Good thing my workflow is good. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom quickly and get a drink. Alrighty. I've got the juice. Actually, it's just tea, but... Alright, folks. So... It's week 6, right? Reset day. For the United States. It's no, actually... It's not reset day anymore for most of Europe. Sweet glucose. Alright. So, last time on Neverwinter, right? Was week 5. So it was technically week 4's milestone. And as typical fashion, Cryptic uses the week 4 milestone as the setup for the main event. So in this case, it's the trial, Defense of the Moondancer. So we found that in classical D&D style, tracking down the commander, right, of the Zalayan army. Is it? It's like Zalayan army. I think the commander's name was like Zarvor. We'll just call him Z. Okay, Commander Zod, right? We found Commander Zod, and it turned out to be an ambush. And it was after acquiring the star chart from the tiefling, who I don't remember the name, but the tiefling is a contact of Captain Sartell, right? And then Sartell suggested that someone's information and communication probably got intercepted. So Prince Zandal, I forgot the prince's name too, Xandar maybe, probably encountered or intercepted some information. So they got ambushed, and that sets up for Defense of the Moondancer. I imagine it's Defense of the Moondancer. And or perhaps a variant of it. The reason why I say that is, in Defense of the Moondancer, it is shown that the party defeats Commander Zod. I just don't remember. I think it starts with a Z though. And in the events of week 4 milestone, he escapes. I'm pretty sure he escapes in it. So at some point, maybe it's just interpreted that he does escape in general, and that leads to dun 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 ... for next module. I imagine the rest of the milestones, which is not today, is actually next week's milestone. We'll reach week 6's milestone this week, being week 6, but we'll see it in week 7. It's probably week 6, 8, and there's no milestone at 10, I don't think. Just like the items and stuff, but in terms of quest things, it's probably going to be like a upkeep thing. We're getting ready to pursue the Empire some more, right? But we got lots of allies in the process. Space orcs, space anything. I'm actually still looking for a space, I don't know, space Asians. I'm just kidding. Obviously, I'm looking for like space samurais and space ninjas. Where are my space, anything's cooler with the word space in front of it, right? Where's my interdimensional space, halflings, you know? Where are the halflings? What the freak, dude? There's no space halflings. Anyways. I'm being overly dramatic, but that's kind of what fantasy is, right? Alright. So, there's nothing new this week. So we're just gonna... Maybe I'll have some thoughts and stuff to share as we're going through this. Otherwise, it'll be, you know, chill, upkeep. I'll rattle off my routine because this is a live service, right? A live service routine. What was the time? Let's say 6:45 is local time. I'll keep track of stuff. What I usually do is I hide the weeklies. So we'll just hide the weeklies some more. And then we had floated 1 daily, which because you can only refresh dailies after you turn in 3 with Zartel. And then this is the activities, which we can't finish because activity requirements is really high, like maybe a little disagreeably high. And then this is the weekly here. Oh, and then the dirty deceit. Okay, so the 5th milestone, which is the milestone that's coming up, is allowing to do the ambush on the defense of the Moon Dancer. So it introduces a new weekly, which is, I'll repeat, a memory historian thing, which is what we're doing here too. This is the beginning one. And that's about it. It's a different take on it. I like how it's thematically appropriate, like a historian making you relive some story, like some of the main events in order to like jot your memory and stuff. I like that. That's a little bit extra touch instead of just a here's a checklist. Well, you know what this is. You've already done it before, that kind of thing, right? So it's still more than before. However, the structure of like the weeklies, it leaves some room to be desired, and we already covered some of these things. I basically don't do the week in the interest of time. And then I've already made my remarks about the trial. It's a above average step in a live service direction, I suppose. But not much more than that. There's still a lot of concerns about compartmentalizing people's motivations. And then the whole gear checking. The constant attention, the constant pandering to gear checking. Oh, and then the incredibly lukewarm quality of life change to tanking, which is effectively more of a soft it's deceptively negligible, because I feel like it's just more sweet talk than proper practice, like effective in practice. We talked about this a couple times in previous week. I'm certainly not an authority on tanking, but my personal experience have waned pretty substantially from the incredibly short-sighted quote-unquote quality of life change to tanking, both for beginners, newcomers, and veterans alike. It's probably the lowest point and the highest point of improvement in that can be done from this mod, because this mod started with the quality of life change to tanks. Oh, his name is Zolar, or Zorlar. Yeah, he escapes again. This is just the first time we meet, but I think he escapes from the defense of the Moon Dancer too. We'll repeat it next week and see, because I've forgotten, which I like. That's why I enjoy that they repeat the weeklies, because it due to the repetition, I can remember these events a little bit better. I'm not, you know, as sharp anymore these days. I'm more sharp as a marble kind of person. I'm smoothing out So it kind of takes a few iterations for me to take in all the things. I'm being a little deceptive. The things I struggle with now is I take in and I get distracted a lot now. I get overwhelmed with taking in too much information these days. The older I get, the more I want to take in, and it also leaves me incredibly distracted easily. Back in the day when I only look for the things I care about, right? A sharp youngin who's fast to focus heavily on a small subset of things and recall sharper details and whatnot. But nowadays, broad strokes, lots of broad strokes, and easily overwhelmed by details. Even details that people might find trivial because largely their investment is disinterest, right? For example, people that skip stories and skip reading texts, things like that. It's just a different frame of mind. And my frame of mind has its drawbacks. While I might have emotional attachments to like what I just said earlier, trying to remind myself of what happened with the lore, right? The events of Spelljammer so far in Cryptic's Neverwinter. I only know the broad strokes because it takes quite some time to get all the details down. Like, if I had to describe the first 13 mods of Neverwinter online, holy heck. I can barely remember a few. Oh, dang it, I need aberration essences. I can only remember like 30% of the names, and not even their full names, just like one of their names. Like, I'll do like the whole unrehearsed, uninitiated, like just say Dritz a bunch of times. Say Mako a bunch of times, you know? Say Linu a bunch of times. Occasionally throw in Lily or something. And then definitely throw in Valindra here and there. Yeah, dude. It is so difficult to summarize lore. Because lore is what is fantasy's predicated on. I understand that some might qualify this as storytelling, but storytelling has an element, like a stronger element of character-driven motivations, but this is more of a world-building thing. It's kind of one of the aspects of other things that I really enjoy, because mythos, lore, and stuff is very difficult to remember the details, because it's awfully specific. It's filled with a lot of abstractions. Like, if I started talking about Star Trek and try to compare this to Star Trek, I have to know that the astral elves are like Vulcans, right? You can't simply just say, oh, they're elves anyways. That would be coming from the perspective of a storyteller, not necessarily the perspective of the lore or the mythos. And fantasy, which is complemented by sci-fi, is often the dry stuff that I really enjoy, are also the very difficult things to remember, because I always discover something new, because it's very difficult to take it all in. It's incredibly rich, but also incredibly dry and difficult to enter, such as the D&D universe. It's incredibly rich, but also incredibly tough to remember all these details. I watched all iterations of Star Trek minus the old movies multiple times, and I can still not get some of my favorite episodes, like the race that was involved, the species that was involved in some of my favorite episodes. Like, I don't know their names at all. The closest ones you can remember are the ones that have the drama, the story, you know, the story character driven stuff like Vulcans, Romulans, Klingons, things like that, right? So in this case, it would be things like Illithids, Githyanki, Tiefling. I mean, outside your elves and dwarves that are actually indirectly reinforced by exposure to Tolkien fantasy. And we're not playing who originated stuff, but more influential, we have also Blizzard's Warcraft, right? That reinforces the whole elves, orcs, the trinity of things. Elf, orcs, and dwarves. And then you have auxiliary branches like the undead, cosmic chaos, demons, devils. The list goes on. It really parodies how long something has been around, right? Goes without saying that D&D is one of the oldest fictional constructions of human creativity. Debatably, one of the oldest. And as a reflection of its long tenure, it is incredibly difficult to remember all the specific details. And I, for one, am someone who doesn't rest on any particular details. So, easily overwhelmed by trying to take it all in. But it doesn't stop me from trying. Yeah, we're at 45. So we're gonna do this like a bunch of times, basically. This is to demonstrate my reservations about this type of form of weekly structure. Weekly structure in this case is incredibly questionable. There are a lot of daily like variances because there are a lot of locations. I imagine that's how they found the consensus to do it this way, where there's a stronger distribution towards repeatables, as there are more repeatables in different locations because there are more locations. With that said, it's still a reduction in the option, in the approach. Like, I'm not going to sit here and wait for HEs. That's, especially in my time frame, that's not going to happen. And I have, you know, been through the gauntlet. It was like 15 every, I'm gonna say every average 5 to 10 minutes. I know it's a big range. It's kind of difficult to predict sometimes because of the combination of the repeatables in this module. But generally speaking, I say 10 minutes. 10 minutes to get 15 without the currency bonus, which would probably only get you 1. But 1 is actually kind of nice if you're doing repeatables. The item that gives you bonus currency. I think at minimum you still get 1 per turn in, so you get 6. So you're doing like how many cycles are we doing? We are doing 3 cycles. That's substantial, actually. 3 cycles, that would be 18, right? Or actually, sorry, that would be 9. So you can almost get 10 extra currency. That's That's almost 2 less repeatables, I suppose. It's a very... I'm grasping at straws. I'm not the biggest fan of the diminished return on the value of the item that gives you additional currency. Whichever it may be, like, be it a companion or an active item. It's a practice that I'm not an advocate for. And the half start items too, like the selling of the 2-week half start thing. It promotes a psychological schism between what is already a very strained community. I don't think it's psychologically productive overall. It helps normalize things that are would be okay if the game didn't have a tenuous population already. Okay. I think there are 3 per location. There might be 2. Actually, I'm gonna say 2. Which one is this? The Eltrid Abominations. I think these are the portal things. So they're like the black portal things. Yes. Right? Yes. I wasn't paying attention to this the previous day. Oh, those guys are not enemies. I wasn't paying attention to all the repeatables lately because we had the overlap in milestones with the carryover in weeklies. But now that we don't, we can take a better look at circuit running on these repeatables, because we're gonna get a lot of mileage. Today we're gonna be doing these a lot. And I was pretty deep in thought the last couple times. Since there are no changes from last week, not much to talk about in terms of providing commentary regarding any changes. There was the advertisement for the new winter. The Winter Veil, right? The Winter Festival that's coming up for Christmas. I think that's next week. And it's pretty much all the same with one rotation of amounts, so not much to say. And this module will go into that, but I won't be recording anything for that. Not a seasonal. I'll probably log in, get the stuff. Minimum investment. I'm a person of novelty. And then an efficiency for live service stuff. I do these live service things as an upkeep for future things. It's kind of an intellectual exercise, really. And I'm indifferent when it comes to if it's fun or not, or engaging or not. Although, if I was being incredibly objective, I don't think anything necessarily is intellectually challenging or emotionally challenging in any way in in games that are typically forced to or have a live service model in general. It's about consistency and finding new ways of engaging yourself or legacy building in a way. It's kind of cathartic. So I think about a lot of other things while I'm doing this. Like the piece I'm going to write in a few months, or a project I'm going to do in a few months. Maybe talk about the human condition a couple of times. There's always the occasion of a stranger visiting, or a person I haven't talked to visiting, and then we spark up a discussion about something in these times of these games. So it's kind of like a meal, you know? It's kind of like a meal. We gotta do some chit chat, catch up on things. It used to be a little bit more vibrant, I would say. Now, I just have myself and my thoughts most of the time. Which in itself is a little bit cathartic too. Also, I'm listening to this ambient track, and it's something new. Hey Faye, how's it going? Been a while. Tell me something that's on the top of your mind in the last couple months, maybe year. Same old, same old. How old, how samey is it? Can you describe it to me? What is still the same with you? Still playing MMOs, just in BDO these days. No more Neverwinter. That's fair. I don't see how that's the same though. Sounds fantastically exciting. Sounds like BDO is something new, you know? Name a key feature that keeps you in BDO. I'd like to know. Off the top of your head, what's a key feature in BDO that's got you playing? This is certainly a time to be talking about MMOs, or I should say MMORPGs, because I have to be careful these days. MMOs are not just RPGs. I mean, the guys have all moved on, etc. Mailbot's gone. Anna's busy with real life and work. Okay. And that's your encouragement to play BDO? And leave Neverwinter. Wow, that's kind of tenuous. Interesting. So what motivates you to play BDO? I imagine it's different from the dependency you had on other people to continue playing Neverwinter. I can AFK in it? Well, that's a good one. While working? Well, that is definitely a feature of Korean MMOs, that's for sure. Well, there you go. It's an excellent deep cut into the autoing. I used to play a game called Atlantica Online, which also featured such things. And I actually have my character AFK while I go to work. So while I am away at work, it is still running. The in-game bot lifestyle. Yeah. So, well, there you go. I always make a slight joke that, you know, it's not that different from crypto mining. You know? It's just a slight joke. I actually know a lot more than that. That's just a fun little side hot take. I don't usually live in a void, so I do know a lot of things, I suppose. Superficially, perhaps. So BDO, huh? You got anything else? Is there anything else particularly that resonates with you in BDO? You saw him on BDO? Oh, you saw Neverwinter? That's fine. Lots of names. $75. Here we go again. Yeah, I play PSO NGS for over 2 years now. Still do. All about that founder life. The old guard? That's interesting. By old, I imagine you mean biologically? No, that wouldn't be the case, I suppose. Because I would be a founder. In fact, I'm older than most of them when it comes to this game. I guess you mean the organization. The unofficial organization. No, I know flounder, but you said old guard. The old guard would imply a founders group being old. You know, like a fantasy thing. I'm not talking about flounder as in the name. You said plays BDO out of the old guard. I would be considered one of the old guard, so not the only one that plays other games, but yeah, I think Reek is doing all right for himself. I don't actually know. I don't know what he does now. We didn't keep in touch anymore. Although I moved on to a lot of other things, right? I've always been an instructor, so didn't really have too much sentimental attachments to Neverwinter or D&D. It's interesting that you found BDO. What do you think of the setting change in BDO? Okay. Have you always been an interest in that type of regional theme and depiction? You played it since 2016? Nice. So, over 7 years? That's quite a tenure. I think it's just as long as that's longer tenure than I have with the game O's. You're grinding, so you need to use keys? Is there not an auto battle feature in BDO? The game I'm thinking of that I played back then, the Atlantica Online, also had an auto battle feature. It's a Nexon title. Well, it eventually became a Nexon title, so I'll let you use your imagination on what that life is like. Freaking auto battle feature. They give you all the tools for botting. Yeah, MMORPGs, not... Can't say fantasy, Western fantasy MMORPGs are spry and on the uptrend at the moment. With that said, you know, World of Warcraft is still going fairly strong, you know? I think they just dropped a cinematic trailer, I saw it, of their new expansion. Is it The War Within? Yeah, it's called The War Within. I do enjoy my aside from all the, you know, the controversies of work ethic and all that stuff, you gotta hand it to the cinematic directors of Blizzard Entertainment. They know how to exercise restraint when it comes to character novella, and also send spectacles with armies all at once, you know, like there's just that really, really refined discipline when it comes to their cinematics. It's such an execution of great, like, discipline. They have such restraint and execution. It's like a fine wine. It's not just bombastic spectacles everywhere. It's so confusing, but it's exciting, so that makes up for it. It's like all the others, you know? Yeah, that raw emotion can make it just compelling for two characters just to sit there and emote at each other. And I do follow Blizzard lore as a legacy, not as a direct player, but I just read up and keep up with the World of Warcraft. Not the game itself, but the world of Warcraft. Sorry. It's kind of funny that the name is very apt. My extension to Warcraft is Hearthstone. So whenever a new card comes out, new name and stuff, or new expansion, I know the background behind the expansion because it's based on World of Warcraft's locations and stuff. Yeah, good times. It's kind of like D&D. I mean, I would say casual. Just gotta at least keep up with, you know, the name drops. And in this case, the War Within's name drops are obviously Anduin and Thrall. And it's just Anduin and Thrall. And it's wonderful. It's kind of just takes you back to your roots. What? Oh. So what's going on in Neverwinter? It's Spelljammer. You are the Zaralian Empire, I guess. Zaralian Empire, Astral Elves, right? A race of Astral Elves is on an imperial dominance, and they landed in your realm. And while they attack your realm, you know, you're the hero, right? So you encounter Captain Sartell, who's part of the Rebel Alliance or Federation of, you know, what have you, Federation of Planets, however you want to call them, the Rebels, basically. It's Star Wars. And then you recruited in this line all different allies: space orcs, space elves, space pirates, space ghosts, alien races like the Mercanes, all to track down the Prince Zandil, something like that. And the person that's leading the rebellion is the princess, the prince's sister. And that's kind of the setup for Spelljammer. The Spelljammer. And you're on the ship Moondancer. And the trial is revolving around an ambush that happened on a Moondancer while tracking Prince Xandar. Or actually his commander, Zorlar. That's it. That's what happened in this span. In his expansion. Well, in terms of the lore aspect. I see it's Spelljammer, but what are they doing? Yeah, so it's about you're part of the rebellion that's led by the princess, who's trying to counter her brother's tyranny. And you're basically recruiting as many things as possible. It's kind of like a in-between Star Trek and Star Wars. You're kind of forming a alliance, a federation alliance of, you know, of planets and races against a domineering empire. But then again, Star Wars is the same too. So the Zaralian Empire, I'm probably pronouncing the empire's name incorrectly, but or like I think there's an R in there, but yeah, the elves. The Imperial Elves are being meanies, and they want to rule the entire all the 9 realms. I don't know how many realms there are in D&D, but you're giving them the middle finger. Hellboy 2 in space, yeah, that's apt too. There are a lot, you know, this is that storyline, right? The rebels, the rebellion against tyranny. And you just plug in chug some of the most well-known fantasies and sci-fis, and you have rebels versus tyranny. You can make a Warhammer reference, right? Or 40k reference. Hey Kragus. The raccoon. Yeah, so it's down with tyranny. I think the highlight of this expansion is all the microcosms. So they decide to make a microcosm of all the things. So like I'm on this planet. Bizunov is the tried and true endless confrontation between the elves and the orcs. So the space orcs and the space elves. This sect of space elves. And they're what you did was you facilitated a temporary truce by communicating as an in-between between the space orcs and the space elves, and then you ended up inadvertently recruiting both of them to your alliance temporarily to fight against the tyrannies of, you know, the Zaralian Empire. And then there's another asteroid, for example, who has migratory water priests who worships an aboleth, or mistakenly worships a god that interacts with an aboleth that eats their priests. So you had to help them out a little bit there. And you were commissioned or tasked to eradicate or purge the Kuatoa on that asteroid. Yeah, I know, priest stuff. It's a religious crusade. So they're fanatics, but they have healing powers, so they're part of the crew now, the water priest. Not before the aboleth on the asteroid like ate some of their priests, but still, you know, you stop the eating. And then on the planet Remichi is a desert planet, and there is a alien race called the Mercanes, and as their name suggests, they're merchants, and they have like technology and stuff. So you help them out, gather some resources, help their ship in space, and then, you know, merchant stuff. You owe them. They're basically the maybe a friendlier version of the Ferengi, Star Trek Ferengi. You know, I mean, I feel like they're more like Jawas from Star Trek. I mean, Star Wars. Sorry. But they're I guess they don't scavenge. They're more like it's a merchant race. And then what else we got? We got a planet that is on the outskirts of like the major space that are home to lots of mercs, and there are vampires there. You know, vampires, and they keep like. We helped out a merc who is a half orc and a tiefling to sort out the vampire situation. And then there's like a kind of Baloria, which is like a greenish planet that has some confrontation regarding astral elves. And I don't know who the mercs are. I think they're still elves. It's just two different factions of elves fighting amongst each other. We also have dwarves, space dwarves. We got Zerelian crystals from the space dwarves, and of course it's time tested. The Empire is encroaching on space dwarves like mining situation, right, on that asteroid. So we kicked them to the curb a little bit and then helped out the space dwarves. How's the player base looking? It looks the same. It's around the same traffic, and it's largely European still, you know. So about the same. I guess the statistics would show that it's probably the same as 2 years ago. The same patterns within statistical variance. Gotta collect the squid medallions. Oh yeah, and ghost pirates. We recruited the ghost pirates as well, which probably, in my opinion, is a throwback to, if it wasn't in space, is a throwback to Lord of the Rings, or the Return of the King, when Aragorn recruited, you know, the mercs, the ghost mercs, the pirates. Or I guess they could be brigands. Just that in general. That usual theme. I don't think I missed anything else. You got all your classics. Now I'm just waiting for, you know, the next module. Maybe more classics come in. We'll have some space. I don't know. What are we missing? Like space Thayans, like space demons of some sort. Demons and devils. Throw in some celestial beings here and there, perhaps. I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about the basis for Spelljammer, so I just apply pretty much all the other fantasy, space, sci-fi tropes. I imagine in some variant form of them would come up. It's like fan service. It's a very effective way of setting up fan service. The attraction of Star Trek's formula and Star Wars formula is often echoed in the whole multiverse thing that is now the current trend that's fading, right? Where you can produce and reproduce microcosms of popular themes through the use of multiple microcosms in the literal theme. So multiverses are microcosms. Space travel is multicosmic. Cosmic. That'll work. So, you know, each planet, each asteroid, each body represents a different, can be compartmentalized into something interesting that is effectively fan service. And then the loose connection is that they all occupy the same universe, or they occupy the same continuity, or like they interact in a timeline in a greater concept of the universe kind of thing. I always appreciated the whole Star Trek's classic way of compartmentalizing different microcosm of culture from planet to planet. It was a great platform for thought experiments. I saw they're just following the SE module book. Oh, the 5th edition module book. Yeah. I have no idea. I'll take your word for it. I take what is given to me here, digest it, and disseminate it. And then that's about it. No greater investment than that. And then, you know, every 3 or 4 months, a new module comes out. 1 day a week. 1 day a week. Reset week. 10 videos. 10 weeks. Unless they decide to change the length of these things, which I would probably highly encourage they change the length of these things. Do not artificially inflate 3 extra weeks for milestones. It doesn't effectively change the number of milestones either. Today is a bye week for the 5th milestone. So no inherent commentary on what's going on here. Generally speaking though, the 4th milestone is when the setup for the module completes. So we did see the setup for the inevitable confrontation with Commander Zolar and in the defense of the Moon Dancer. Yep. And then obviously the game's design is still relatively unchanged. For better or for worse, you know. There are some quality of direction changes for how reward works and whatnot. It's not too much. I don't think it's anything dramatically different from BDO and whatnot. Actually gravitating closer to the Asian model. Although I'm a little... CR is still bugged? I wouldn't know. And I wouldn't know what type of bugs you're talking about. Because as you know, that I don't really particularly have any effort dedicated to keeping track of bugs or they don't really leave an impression on me. I don't even know if Ravenloft can even come up on... Oh, Ravenloft can come up. Huh. I haven't hit Ravenloft in a while. And the end fight? It's okay. The end fight was alright. I think 2 weeks ago they nerfed it again as a module thing. I mean, not 2 weeks ago. 6 weeks ago. It might have been 1 week after. Was always buggy. Relative. Yes. Relatively speaking, I suppose. Oh wait, I was supposed to... Right, so Baloria is just two factions of elves feuding. Or no, wait. Oh no, maybe... Oh yeah. Xerexians occupying Baloria, and then there are rebel elves in Baloria. So we're helping the rebels and taking and basically purging the Xerexians. And in Tanis, this green crystal planet is where the dwarves hang out. And they mine these, oh, they're called, oh, Tanisian crystals for the asteroid itself. Right. Not Xerexian crystals. And then, you know, Astral Elves raining on doors parade. Timeless. The timeless personification of conflict of interest in resource gathering. Hashtag human condition. Yeah, this one's today's gonna be a little rough. 'Cause, this is just the first tune. And we're getting close to an hour, actually. So you got any exciting projects going on lately? You know, things that are outside the space of coping? Perhaps some legacy projects or posterity projects? Large commission job. Oh, dang. That sounds epic. That's certainly to keep one busy. All right. We turn 2 of these in and float. Oh, wait. What the heck? Oh, I must have miscounted. That's okay. Yay! It's a reagent for something I don't use. Hooray! I could have sworn I was 2 off. Why does it say I reached the limit of marks? Huh. Okay. Alright. Off to the second tune. Perhaps we'll... I just saw a request for a tank for Moon Dancer. Maybe we can hop in on one of those. Again, activity. Terrible. Like, very questionable exchange of XP contribution. Okay. Grab these. Grab Seeds of Destruction. Make sure to change. Alright, off to the outskirts first. Still tank on my paladin. I still play all 3 tanks. I don't think that has changed. Okay. I changed mine now. You mind getting off that crystal, you little butthead? Can you not teleport backwards into an obstructed location? Listen, my man. Wait, are you actually stuck in there? Okay. Heckin' troll. I mean, heckin' elf. Okay. What the heck? Oh. Boy. All right. Really? From time to time, I forget that the interaction button is F and not E. Mm-hmm. Goodbye. Yep. Alright. Now time to bootstrap repeatables until Zartel is satisfied, I suppose. Mm-hmm. Okay. Off to Fusionlove. I think the orc equipment is meh. It's kind of like B tier of time investment. Time investment's kind of high for orc equipment. Pearls, it's about the same. B. I'm not used to where the locations are. Yeah, pearls are a little bit faster. Medallions, squid medallions is pep. That's C tier. There's multi sets of gear now, or a set bis? The answer is both? The reason I say that is there's just one set. But now they're role-based. The answer is kind of both. Technically multi-set. That bis, huh? That bis lifestyle. It's still that too. But people are still bissing it up. Now we gotta collect the pearls. This is the asteroid ammonia where it has a Kuatoa. As actively being purged by yours truly because of religious fanatics. Hopefully we can yoink these pearls. Yoink the indigenous inhabitants' pearls. You know, of course they just spawn right on top of you. Okay. I guess it's worth noting that the Kuotoa is it's the peeps from Undermountain. I don't think they showed up anywhere else before the Undermountain. Like in this way. The guys that send the waves and water stuff. Someone cleared out the place, which is nice. Allows us to yoink the pearls. Alright. Off to high turn. Get our squid medallions. For the 4th time today. It's actually, it might be the 3rd time. I think we were back here twice on the barbarian. For medallions. Once for the abominations, the eldritch abominations. Come on, don't be stingy. Just drop the medallions. Or not. I'm not okay with that. I'll just have to be okay with that. Someone was here. They cleared out all the peeps. Great. Time to change instances. Okay. I usually go this way. Yes, most people go the other way. But now there's no one in this instance. No? I'm not entirely sure if the blue circle is necessary. No, it's not. Good. Oy. Come on. Can you not be that stingy? Guys? Guys? Alright. Yeah, this is definitely one of the bottlenecks. Along with aberrations. This is a feels bad one. And dang. 0 for 5. That's tough. For 6. That's actually statistically and emotionally inexcusable for this game. This is the most unpopular one, so it checks out. Hey, we got one. It's like 3 times the length. This is like D tier. We're downgrading it. The squid medallions is D tier. At best. Holy heck. Oh, hey, look. Someone's looking for tanks and healers. Or 2 tanks and 1 healer. Good luck with that, man. Maybe in another hour the person will still be looking and we can join up. it's funny because I'm not actually joking. I would join up in an hour if they're still looking. So yeah, a little bit of a light deep cut to explaining the player population. So say how long it'll take to get a group together. I mean, it's still the same, yeah. So the deep cut here is the player pop is probably arguably the same. The player distribution is different now. It's probably even yeah. So there's been a redistribution of player pop. So certain aspects of the game is even slower than it was before. Or I would say it's more certain aspects of the game related to player pop is more exclusive than it's ever been. Which is basically the type of people that Western MMORPGs attract. I usually use the euphemism nobility as the word in these recent explorations of Neverwinter's live service model. The word I use is nobility. It's a little different from meritocracy. I would be floored and be very hesitant to say skilled is the dividing gap. I was never one of those nobles. Perhaps a jester, but not a noble. I think you're confusing privilege with entitlement. The only reason I say that is because of how you easily summarized my terminology without understanding what it stands for. I were always... Oh no, that's not what I'm referring to. Oh, we're not even on the same page at the moment. Oh, that's what you mean. Actually, I'm mistaken by what you meant, actually. No, we're talking about like we're talking about how runs are formed. So because there's a redistribution of the player pop due to some of the recent changes. When you said the thing about getting groups together, getting groups together is a nobility thing. It's not a availability thing. So like even if you play a healer or a tank, your overall group frequency is still down from what it used to be because you have to be a noble. You have to be in a clique. Even more so than ever. We've done a few public things. I did already did an attempt to do a public thing for demonstrating what it's like to public group stuff. Yeah, that's what I meant by noble. So I think I fundamentally misunderstood you as well. We were talking about forming groups as a tank. Yeah, kind of. It's still pretty alright, I would say. Tank and healer. Just the accessibility is different now. Alright. Do explain what you mean. You are respected and known as a good, so group wanted you over others? Okay. I'm not entirely sure if that's what noble means. I do understand that now that's how you understand what noble means. Being desired is different from thinking you're entitled. So, I literally said that a nobility is not an element of meritocracy. So you're talking about merits. This game is not built on merits. It's built on nobility. A lot of people have left the game for that too. Well, actually, most of them are not here anymore. If I were respected and known, it's a meritocracy. That's not nobility. Nobility is gaining, is being assumed to be good and desirable without experience. It's an insult to call myself a noble. That's largely why I didn't hang out with organizations a lot of times. Just a personal choice. Nobles are perfectly happy most of the time. We're not I'm not making a commentary on whether you can be happy or sad. I'm perfectly happy not being a noble. Nobles are leaders, by the way. That's a quality that's kind of nice. In the day? Well, you stop playing this game because 2 other people stopped playing, so that's part of the nobility. Meritocracy does not operate on the dependency of other people's legacy or presence, right? If you're seeking meritocracy, your actions are your own. You are not dependent on the legacy of others or in association with others. It makes you actually less desirable than a noble. You stop before they to join your brother, that's a nobility. It's nepotism. You're joining family. Which is great. Nobility has qualities of loyalty. I didn't. So, even though it might seem like people desired me in their group, it's more what I could offer, not that I'm a friend or someone that has personal investment in them. They would trust other people if they could. Someone who is part of the meritocracy is more like mercenary work, right? If we were doing like a fantasy thing, you would qualify more as a merc. Someone that offers skills and services, but rarely have emotional investment. Initially, you said that you stopped playing the game because 2 people are not around anymore, and now you said you stopped before because to join your brother. That's nobility. That's about nepotism and family. And it breeds a lot of loyalty and emotional investment in stuff. They are why you won't go back? Oh. Okay. That's also an element of nobility. Because you're attaching the product to your feelings about people or what they stand for, as opposed to what they do. History. It's a very reasonable mindset, by the way. It's a really common one. It's a cultural, it's a very common cultural thing, especially to Western culture. Or what the company who made the game did, nobility. So you're relying on history as opposed to what's happening in the present. Exactly. I'm absolutely on the same page as you are. What makes monarchs and the feudal system powerful? Legacy. What makes an empire powerful? Legacy. If it was a meritocracy, leadership would change rapidly. Ideas would change rapidly. Because it's only based on merits. It involves a specific culture, and that is usually the New Age culture in Asian countries. And what I mean by New Age is because even Japan went through an imperial period, right? Until the emperor became more of a figurehead. And then we had the shogunate. So it's kind of like the Xerexian Empire. Nobility. And you evaluate everything based on that nobility. I play this game from day to day, so when a new module comes out, it could be 10 out of 10. Who knows? I don't know. I do relate to you though, because Cryptic is largely designed along traditional sense. So their designs don't change rapidly. They're not the indie scene, right? They're not an indie dev, and they also make a live service game. And live service games tend to promote iterative designs. So change is not rapid, and if it's disagreeable, it doesn't change for the agreeable very rapidly. And generally speaking, if something works, it rarely changes very rapidly. You're seeking the comfort of something you're used to. I seek the comfort of something novel. Is this novel? This game? No. Every time I come back to the module, I'm not playing the same game. Or I'm not playing it in the same way. I have other things to write about. More, yeah, not the gameplay. Yeah, sure. I got it. That's exactly what I'm describing. Attitudes to players and that's exactly what I'm describing. Yep. I understand your feelings about it. Absolutely. And I do make a criticism on that. If and when they release a new product. And not the baggage they carry. Usually. That's kind of how I play video games most of the time, though. So what you say now makes you a prejudiced person. If tomorrow you say something different, then you are no longer a prejudiced person for the time being. Right? I'm not making a comment. I'm not making a comment that will impact your happiness or like what you do. I'm just recognizing that I have to understand that you weigh a lot on a person's principle, right? Like a group's principle. So that is very strong and is very important to you. I'm playing this. It's kind of a great contrast because I'm still playing this game because I differ, right? When there's a new module, there's still an opportunity to vilify some of the long-standing baggage. For a player that has left, like you, they have to make amends for a lot, like a history of stuff, because it's very important to you. And I want to connect it back to the player population. I say that largely the players that remain, that are consistent, that are keeping the player pop consistent are those people who are sufficiently satisfied and sticking because of nobility, because of legacy. It actually makes it not involving any of the module stuff or what's happening. It's because they have each other, or it's a habit formation that's sufficient. I will only, you know, participate as long as there is content, because I am not a person who really gets attached to these things in that way anymore. I help when I can. That's how that works. So how much do people know about me? Not very much, and that's my fault, right? If someone wants to know me really well, they'll probably have quite a bit of hard time, since I don't have the same type of attachment to these things. So when like people move guilds or have guild drama and stuff, it's very difficult for me to empathize with that. I feel one of the strengths in the nobility, or people who believe in baggage, is they are just equally as passionate if trust is there. And they can easily also be a double edge and feel betrayed just as much. So while I'm more tolerant and perhaps more forgiving, that's traded off with being less loyal and less passionate. It's very rehearsed. I had this conversation a couple times already. I think here's a really big one, right? Some people would say, like, well then, how do you ever form a intimate relation, you know, connection with someone? It's like, well, I don't. That's why I struggle with it. It's a trade-off of everything else. Am I comfortable with it? I'm pretty comfortable with it. Perhaps one day. It's very unlikely though. Was I close to Rick? Well, one day he stopped playing. One day he stopped streaming and we stopped talking. So I'm not entirely sure if you would consider that close. I believe... So here's the closeness thing, right? If someone stops talking to me because they changed something in their lives, I assume they're very healthy and they've been very busy with their life. So I'm happy for them. I don't know if that's the same type of closeness that most people refer to. To me, that's how I express closeness. To others, that might be not being close because you can easily let go of something. So in a way, if it's about like hanging out and, you know, actually doing the traditional thing, then we weren't really close. If it's trusting someone to always go and, you know, do whatever makes them happy, then we were pretty close. Because I was genuinely concerned about his health. I'm typically close in that nature to most people. I enjoy spending most of my time helping people with their problems. I'm attracted to problems. And when those people become healthy and bustling and busy, I naturally no longer interact with them very often. So I haven't interacted with Rick in a long while. And my optimism compels me to say that his life is pretty busy and he's healthy. I like to believe that until you know, he suggests otherwise. I've been talking to him for over 2 years, I think, or maybe a year now. I think it's getting close to 2 years. Since we don't have a commonality of interest. It sounds very cold. I can definitely hear myself sounding very cold. However, I really just spend most of my time I gravitate towards people who like demand my attention or reach out and address my attention. It was the same as Neverwinter. So I don't necessarily think sometimes people like to use my services or like join their group and stuff. It's just that I'm available too. I always make myself available, and because I'm available, I think that's a bigger driving force for the normalization than my skills, because I don't particularly think I spend enough passion and interest in any particular thing to be exceptional. I can consider myself above average in a lot of things because I have generalized skills, but I don't necessarily think I've ever practiced or invest in anything in this like type of context that would be constituted as extraordinary or anything that another person who's more passionate and loyal wouldn't be able to achieve. I do have specific skills that are unrelated to games that I am very proud of and arrogant and passionate about, but they're usually skills that no one think about and they don't address it. Those skills would be, for example, problem solving, critical thinking, and communication skills. Those are the three big ones. So most of the time, I'm forgettable when I'm not useful. And I enjoy that. When I become not useful, people forget about me. It means that they're healthy. And I move on to the next problem. What I do here on stream is an idea that I thought would be nice to talk to myself. So lots of self-talking, and then use it as an example for those who don't have a voice, right? To those who are more interested in being solitary people, exchanging ideas passively through examples. So that more or less works out a lot of times, actually. So there you go. It's not popular, because popular people would hang out with other people and become dependent on them too. It forms very strong bonds. I usually form bonds through codependency, or actually it's more like a one-weighted dependency. I prefer to be the rock. That person you pass by, milk for some inspiration, that leads that person to a happy life. It's kind of like the cycle of being a teacher. I really find it incredibly poetic. It does take a specific type of person to do that kind of thing. In order to be an effective teacher and an instructor or some sort of consultation, you have to be effectively positive in your life, right? So if one is to be constructive and be invested in a one-way temporary relationship, interpersonal relationship, you have to be willing to give but not receive anything in hindsight. So you're not motivated by the prospect of a return investment. So if I'm trying to help someone, I'm not asking them to be my friend. I'm helping them. If they want to be my friend, that's an incentive. If they don't want to be my friend, that's fine too. The whole idea is just so that I know that they are healthy. So that's the closest I get most of the time. And people go, you know, they come and go. And you might be thinking, well, then how do you, you know, make sure to look out for number one? I used to do that. I look out for number one every once in a while. Now I don't have to, so I don't. And if I need to, I know how to ask for help. I have asked for help before. I've learned that skill. Well, you always enjoyed our combos and our games played. That's wonderful. I enjoy that. I'm glad you're having fun with something else that doesn't constantly remind you of the betrayal and the disgust you feel, right? I can't really echo any more than recognizing your sentiments. I do see where they come from, though, because I don't think that has changed, especially how Cryptic does things. It still does. They still continue to do that quite a bit. They are very big traditionalists, and that's probably also a reason what drawed a lot of traditionalists to the game. A game that doesn't evoke traditionalism would have personally thrown out many of the things that make this game D&D, right? In fact, they might have gone in an entirely different direction, even more so than the MMORPG already, if they were not interested in legacy. It's very interesting. I think one of the education stuff of playing MMORPGs is to understand different perspectives and how they can occupy the same space and interact with each other. Bad, good, violence, conflict of interest, etc. But yeah, I'm most definitely your observer and someone who is not personally invested a lot of times, and there is a trade-off. While I don't form a lot of personal interpersonal bonds with people, it also allows me to effectively solve people's problems too. So while if you guys are resonating, right, if you resonate with someone at a personal level, that might make you faster. It might also make you slower. It's very unpredictable, because blinders happen, right, when you're invested in someone personally, and then those same blinders could be the very thing they need. However, it creates this inconsistency. There's a variability. You could be passionately betrayed or passionately supported. So for me, as someone who's very attracted to problems and solving problems, the way to get a consistent result, right? It's never so bad, and it's never like the elixir of life. That's the personality I have, usually. So when someone has nowhere to turn or at the bottom of the barrel, I can at least provide an average experience. Because when someone's at the bottom of a barrel, it could get even darker with someone who's co-suffering someone. So things like pity parties is a possibility. Spiraling groupthink. One miserable person makes another person more miserable by association. Or it can go the other way, misery deserves company kind of thing. But it's still risky because it doesn't introduce proactive solutions. And then you can have the opposite, an optimist partner speaking with a pessimistic partner. While opposites attract, right, and all that stuff, where it can create flings of passion, it can be a double edge. And when you are not emotionally invested, generally you act like the bridge for these things. So a lot of times my closeness is formed by just being someone who listens to understand and offer any form of conversation that stabilizes the person. And that closeness is temporary, because when they are healthy and out and about, I often encourage them to keep exploring. It's the most, when you are healthy, again, exploration makes a person strong. And then just as a deep cut here, there's a sweetness and poetry to all of this. Over time, I've helped and interacted with very specific people who ultimately made me a very successful person. So if you do this a lot, eventually you build up a reputation, right? A rapport as a go-to guy. And if you do it enough, sometimes you get lucky. And now all I do is invest forward. That's pretty much what I do. It's not a lifestyle for everyone, I can tell you that. Sometimes you have to choose who you care about, and then you have to choose who your companies are. I think I have a privilege and possibly a double edge on the idea that I don't necessarily have to choose who my company is, both emotionally and intellectually, at the moment. I do know that there are a minor population of people, a very minor population of people, that I would make an exception. 95% of the time, I rarely discriminate a person who needs help. If a person needs help, they need help. I do the best I can. And if I don't actively see anyone that needs help in my vicinity, obviously they have to voluntarily do that. I spend most of my time recording and talking about how to communicate that. How to communicate help, both indirectly, directly, written, spoken, visual, musicality. And that will enable them to have as many tools as possible to communicate and express accurately to their comfort. So the idea is to use video games, music, visuals, maybe even learning a new language next year, a couple of new languages next year, as a vehicle to enable people passively to find their preferred way of expression. Because you can be a tough guy and still communicate that you're a danger to yourself. You can be a tough guy without sacrificing the imagery of being tough while still getting help, for example. Generally speaking though, communication in general is a very underappreciated and unpracticed skill in the days of the internet and video games and whatnot. And that's what I'm streaming about. So that's my plug, I guess. That's what I do most of the time. Getting worse and worse? What do you mean getting worse and worse? Oh, you're gonna have to elaborate on that. What is getting worse? The communication? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's getting worse and worse. And it's a big deep cut. I've talked about this a couple times. It's not maliciously done. It's normalized by all the conveniences we have. So for example, we get to see what we want to see. We get to hang out with who we want to hang out in this microcosm and the medium that we use all the time. Because of that pre-selection, the need for practicing communication is less and less. If you specifically rely on intuition by pre-selection, so say you play this game, so everyone who plays this game naturally pre-selects themselves into a particular personality pool. The likelihood of encountering like minds based on 2 or 3 coinciding interests will remove the burden to develop communication skills. Because you don't. Intuitively, people are on the same page. So they don't encounter difficulties of communication. I'm not saying that. I don't think people who are under practice in communication skills fail to communicate given the proper pre-selection. If you're always with your brother, your communication skills can still be lacking, but it's not necessary to communicate. Communication is an out-of-body experience. It is an interpersonal experience. You are communicating with someone who can't read your mind. So naturally, if you spend most of the time inside your head, as in with someone very similar, you don't need to exercise that way. Like resolving disagreements, communicating a misunderstanding between semantics. The internet has made it very, very comfortable. In fact, YouTube algorithm TikTok reinforces that. So no longer do you have to watch something you don't want to watch. Be bombarded by an ad that you don't like. Yeah, the Western world can use a lot of more communication. And, you know, I know you're an older generation than I am. And before this convenience, right? This really wonderful normalized convenience that is what humans really desire a lot of times, but we also lose the practice of bumping into random people and, you know, encountering things we don't want to see and have to talk about it. Or, you know, like we have no, like, we have autonomy, generally speaking, over all our interactions 90% of the time. Heck, even the work environment has become more negotiable in not overcoming conflict and resolving conflict and compromising. It's more pandering to collective minds and groupthink and echo chamber stuff. So it's really great when it works. It's a double edge when it doesn't. So when these individuals spend most of their time very, very in their comfort and convenience, they're not incompetent, they're not insensitive people, just under-practiced. I really truly believe that humans, largely on average, have the same capacity with practice. So if you don't ever get into a disagreement, then you don't ever practice resolving disagreements, right? If you go online, there's going to be a YouTube video that tells you how to avoid every single possible mistake you can make while getting a job. Well, if you don't ever make a mistake, you don't ever learn or practice how to resolve them. And that's unfortunate. There are times when you can make mistakes, and there are times when you can't. Unfortunately, most of the time, it makes most people feel like you can't ever make a mistake. The echo chamber at the moment just spinning bad loops. I would say it's spinning, so not using the word bad, it's spinning loops that feed back on itself. So I'm gonna say the echo chamber in its own right spins closed loops. So when loops are closed, There's no new information entering and no new information exiting. There's no interaction with any other thing. So when something interacts with that loop, the loop can be so tight now that it rejects any incoming information. So the moment another loop encounters another strong loop, they repel very, very strongly, as a kind of a metaphor visual of it. So in Echo Chamber, whether you disagree or agree with it, whether it's bad or good, the thing we have to know is an Echo Chamber is a closed loop. It does not invite new information very easily. And when done long enough, much like nobility, it can be really comforting and reassuring. It's a natural order of things. Status quo, traditionalism, nationalism, that type of thing doesn't get balanced with any interpersonal skills that involve open loop, open-mindedness, enlightenment, meritocracy. So now we go back to Neverwinter. Neverwinter is built on traditionalism. Traditionalism is not a meritocracy. So when you're thinking about how they charge for money, like charge for the play, and then how they innovate on their game design, it's a closed loop system. Closed loops are slow to develop. They don't go and change by leaps and bounds. Leaps and bounds. They tackle each conflict holistically as a whole. So naturally, the problem solving doesn't cater to all the alternatives. It's usually approached in very similar ways. And that can be a blessing in disguise. When it works, it continues to work. When it doesn't, then it has to enter a catastrophic crisis in order to enter reform. What does a catastrophic crisis look like in terms of game development? Your game being imminently shut down. That could be a crisis. Then what you do is you have a change of leadership. The loop is broken. You throw in and crush the loop, cut the loop in half, and assign a new loop. So it goes back and forth. I don't necessarily think Echo Chamber and Groupthink is inherently bad or good. It's just a stage in thinking, and you go back and forth. Or I like to think in the future the internet will healthily incorporate back and forth. But at the moment, the thing that made the internet explode is that you can always form closed loops on the internet. It is designed to exploit in a mutual way. Like, people like this exploitation of being fed what they want to see, what they want to hang out with, only the things they can possibly conceive as useful to them. So like a search engine will only provide the things you actively and voluntarily look for. You are your own closed loop. And I deliberately don't do that. However, I still have my comforts, right? I still play Neverwinter, technically. The mechanics in Neverwinter is a closed loop. For me. So I'm not thinking about it right now. I'm using the closed loop, though, to talk about something that's outside the box. Or beyond Neverwinter. And that's how I'm reaching the balance of compromise between the two. Loops are great if they work really, really well. The search engine was one of the most brilliant turn of the century inventions. Google has created one of the most efficient, well-oiled loops, I would argue, of my lifetime. It's going to be very difficult for someone to top the closed loop that is the search engine. Perhaps some generative AI stuff in the future might up the ante. You know, generative AI might introduce noise that creates fuzzy loops, right? Fuzzy logics, and then loops can permutate, you know, mutate into multiple like fuzzy loops by having a generative AI suggest tangential ideas over and over again as a form of easy access. So the convenience of generative AI might offset the idea of making humans habitually fall into patterns in a healthy way. So naturally developing new habits while turning over other habits and then preserving certain habits and so on and so on. I spend most of my time talking about these things now. Although I don't think I've ever really changed that much from what I used to talk about. My life was, my early life was a pretty hard-hitting closed loop. Lots of closed loop. Until I went to college. And then that's when new perspectives and stuff really started changing my life. The way I teach people complex topics in order to easily understand, it actually comes from a person that changed my life a lot. And he was my college instructor. He was my college everything. He was a professor, academic advisor. I talk about him from time to time. It's truly an invest forward. He wasn't like the things he did, I didn't ask for. Like, what I mean is, that's kind of how I feel about my outlook on life. Sometimes I just make myself available. I'm adjacent to be available. And that's something you just that person was available, and I clearly was unable to express how closed off and miserable I was. So, and this would be my way of investing forward. It sounds romantic. A lot of times it might sound like it's like altruism. It's not really altruism. It's hard for me to believe in true altruism. It's a lifestyle that I found rewarding enough and sustainable. If it's not sustainable to you or to anyone else, then it's not a lifestyle, a viable lifestyle. It's something that's perceived as a lifestyle, but you know, lifestyles have to be sustainable. So in no way would I say this is an appropriate lifestyle for a lot of people. Like, some people have to make money, right? Like, for example, lots of money. Some people have families, mouths to feed. I'm alone. What is a trade-off of my lifestyle? Well, usually people like me are alone, right? And if that upsets me, then I would probably try to change it. It doesn't upset me. So that's kind of the end game. If you don't want to be alone, what I'm saying is at least revealing that if you aspire to be influenced by me in some way, I would advise caution, because generally speaking, the mindset I'm talking about is associated with people who are alone most of the time. Not people who are lonely, people who are alone a lot of times. So it's good to know these things, at least be aware of these things. So do you want to be a rational person who gets invited to groups when they play video games and then get forgotten because they're going off to having better lives? It's all together. It's the whole package. And my rationale is that when someone moves on and do things, I hope in the future, the most rewarding thing I can think of, the biggest payback, and I don't think those people would be aware, is that one day, like say 10 years down the line, I see this person that I happen to have crossed my paths with at one time, and they became a superstar. That would absolutely change my life. Like, that's all I could ask for. Like, it's just someone like stopped by after 6 years and told me like, yeah, their life is the bee's knees, and then they just tell me about all the great things they've done. That would be probably the most rewarding thing. That used to be what teachers sound like, and I would argue there are still a significant but minority population left, because life has really taken its toll on that type of perspective. Yeah, it's very in the vast minority, where they're not human beings just trying to survive. Yeah, I mean, they toe the line because, you know, it's a demand thing, and unfortunately I can't find myself to not empathize with their the minimalism that they have to skirt because of just, it's not reciprocated, right? So if you have someone who, like I mentioned earlier, the really golden goose when it comes to having to educate someone is that you have to be in a mindset that doesn't have to deal with stuff you have to take care of. If an instructor is to be the greatest benefit to someone, they can't be the less things that are clouded by their own requirements, the more effective they can be. And unfortunately, at least I know you live in a different country. In the United States, I think the vast majority of them are having to juggle their own things. So they are doing as humans do, trying to juggle their own personal things that they have to take care of while doing a job that's expected to not be reciprocated. It's also kind of a reason why there is a reason why I really respect my my professors that I've had the privilege of being educated by, because I'm not a professor, right? What does that say? I'm certainly not that. Like, they've got to be juggling more than I am, because I didn't become a professor. It actually kind of almost destroyed me. To be real, the last time I entered such a prospect, I took on so many things that it almost destroyed me. Destroyed me, like, not physically, it destroyed me mentally. Like, it's just way too much. I just felt like I needed to keep doing more and more. So I'm no stalwart lion person who can handle the world and stuff, so I moderate myself as much as I can. Which is largely why I say this lifestyle is not for everyone. I don't think the mindset makes you any better of a person. Like, any better or lesser of a person by comparison. It's trying to find the balance that makes you happy sustainably, and then doing the best that achieves that. If you're a miserable teacher, you could even argue that you're doing more harm than help. So it can go both ways. Your position and status in life doesn't necessarily paint you your merits, right? So even if I'm highly educated, that doesn't mean I can't be a vehicle of harm, both intentionally and unintentionally. Humans, man. That's the human condition. I try not to put myself in compromised situations. And one of them that I do seldomly is form personal relations very, very quickly. I help people as much as I would say perhaps someone that would consider me as a friend. However, my personal relations tend to be very arm's length. I tell the people that all the time. So anyone who's very close to me knows for sure these things. So I use communication to remove all potential miscommunications. Like generally, I don't have a friendship that's bound by how long someone spends time with each other. So that's kind of one thing. So if that makes someone uncomfortable, then we can remain acquaintances. Right? If someone is very uncomfortable in the idea that the only way they can form attachments is that they must literally share. That's one. Communications is a sweet thing if you command it. If you command it well. Oh, we're on our second tune, of course. I mean, our third tune, the fighter. And now we're going to do the same thing. Off we go. This is how we fill the void. Neverwinter Online has always been a B-roll. Okay, there were... how many times in the past when I've actually highlighted something related to Neverwinter? No, not really. Not even trials. There might have been one or two dungeon runs, maybe. I did explain some mechanics back in the day when tanking was like when the game changed fundamentally, but the game hasn't changed fundamentally at all. Tom was good for communication. Yeah, Tom also coincided with the biggest rework, right? As well. Undermountain was also coinciding with the biggest rework. So it actually is related to the idea of increasing communication because of the air of the days of change. And now change hasn't happened in a really long, fortunately or unfortunately. For new players, unfortunate. For existing players, it's like mid. It's like meh. Like, it's okay if it change a little, just not too much. So if it doesn't change at all, it's not that big a deal, kind of thing. Life goes on. It's the cereal you have in the morning in which you rotate out every once in a while, but it's safe. It's that mac and cheese you like that's safe. I stream, so I do play games like not streaming. When I'm streaming, I'm going out to a fancy restaurant and making the most of it. That's probably would be my analogy. So I have a plan, I have a thought, I have a process. What's on stream is a part of me that isn't when I'm resting. When the stream goes off, I'm watching movies, shows, brainstorming, saying absolutely nothing, losing myself in the moment. When I'm streaming, I'm rarely in the moment per se. So if I'm playing a video game and stuff, I'm actively doing intellectual work. So I have a lot to say, and it might sound like it might sometimes look like I always have a lot to say. Is because when I get online, I have a lot to say, or I prepare for it. The one theme that I warn people a lot of times to be aware of is that it's of the frame. So what do I mean by the frame? Nowadays, I would say even the upwards of 50% of someone's mere exposure. So basically, if you see something and you see it a bunch of times, that's mere exposure. So there's a lot of normalization through mere exposure on the internet. But the internet is through a frame. That frame is your monitor, literally, but figuratively, that frame only captures a part of the picture. So the idea is, even in live streaming, I am trying to communicate in a way that what you see can be entirely planned or rehearsed or subconsciously done. Like, it's not intentional. Sometimes it's not even intentional, it's subconscious. Because, like, let's just do an example of an innocent subconscious routine. Someone likes to stream because they experience social anxiety, so they can't express themselves when they're not streaming. That is a frame construct of this person. But they have normalized socializing on streams. And the people have normalized this person for being sociable on stream. Now, where the danger happens is when someone lacks the self-awareness to understand that they are closed-looping themselves into a skill that has a condition that makes it very non-transferable. And it's also expressing incomplete information unintentionally. So when someone comes by and say, wait, but you said this the other day out of context. Well, the idea is it's twofold. That person took something out of context because you didn't provide enough context, and that other person spends most of the time looking at things only within their context, so they are more likely to take things out of context. It's a closed loop feedback. Like, it feeds to each other. So the goal that I typically use after a while is to make people aware that one must consider the intent, the designer's intent, the creator's intent, anything like a product, a message, content. Get into their shoes, not because you want to empathize with them. Get into their shoes to understand what their motivations are. And for me, I definitely do not want people to get the idea, to stop thinking about how I'm motivated to do things. It's always definitely worth inculcating and rehearsing. Coffee. A good old cup of Joe. Yikes. Yeah, now we're going on 2 hours now. Oof. Yeah, this is not great. Whoops. Trying to get rid of this. Hold up. There we go. I'm keeping the seed of the thought of the discussion while I wait for the coffee run. I don't know if I'm going to turn this into another digression video. I kind of did one earlier for OS. What would this be called? Need a central theme. So yeah, framework. That's another classic, I don't know what you want to call it, but post content creation terminology. I think the inspiration from it actually came mixed with 2 or 3 individuals that I become associated with through the frame. Very arguably very influential people. Increasingly influential people. Just the idea that when you are selectively encountering information that is pre-selected, right? So for example, for me, anything that people know about me is within the context of a stream. And they have to be reminded, in my opinion, it would be a disservice for me not to remind them that there are particular motivations and purposes that I must communicate to not create any misunderstandings about what it's like in front of the stream and not behind, and you know, behind the stream. There are examples, and this includes, or this doesn't excuse like people cannot excuse themselves, in my opinion, when they say, oh, I act like my sub, quote unquote, the genuineness, right? A lot of times this will come off as genuineness, where like, oh yeah, I always speak my mind. Well, the thing is, objectively speaking, it's not the same conditions. Like, it won't ever be the same conditions. When you're streaming and speaking your mind, it's still going to be subconsciously or inherently different than when you're speaking your mind not in front of a stream. So, in a way, constantly reinforcing that idea to keep in mind of the context of how you receive your information and present your information, it's not being any less disingenuous. Actually, it might be far more accurate to yourself and to your audience, or to anyone who's listening. Like, for example, when you walk into a classroom, it is sometimes worth giving the impression that you are the instructor and communicating what the responsibility of your instruction is, like as the professor, right? Or as the person who's instructing. You have to communicate that. Oftentimes it's generally once or twice in the entire semester. And that's like the syllabus. The syllabus is the closest thing, I would say. And then the rest is just inferred. To me, there's definitely merit to repeating that kind of thing, not just for the people you're talking to, but for yourself. Like, it's a great reminder and constant self-awareness reinforcement to say these things. So when I'm going out of my way to say, oh yeah, you know, this is why I stream, I stream to record legacy in case it becomes inspirational or reinforced. So it helps me reinforce what it is, and at the same time constantly remind people that this is a part of me that is unique to streaming. It's not it You might be able to learn some like transferable personality quirks, but it has to be meta level of personality quirks. Like getting to understand my perspective on stream will most definitely at the higher level of investment be able to translate to something that's off stream. It's not possible with the superficial impression. So it's not possible in the first minutes or hour or even days. And you don't have to do that. That's kind of the idea. So instead of making it personal, which I feel that type of thing does happen. I keep forgetting to look up that term I'm referring to, where you have an interpersonal relationship with someone who you know through a medium, through a curated medium, like lots of other extraneous factors. So you can form a very strong, attached, accurate, healthy relationship with someone you don't know personally. And personally in the sense that not behind a frame, not behind an edited video. There is a way, a healthy, sustainable mindset to be able to achieve that. It's certainly not being treated that way. Like what I mean is, a lot of times it's easier or more consistent if you treat everything the same. As in, oh hey, like here's a double-edged argument for those people, I suppose. I just act like myself on stream. Well, I mean, when you act like yourself off stream, it's certainly different from when you're on stream. That's an objective fact. Like, it's literally off stream or on stream. So what are the percent chances that your off-stream personality that you've curated is appropriate for your on-stream presentation, like whatever value there is? The chances are far less possible than having the mindset of presenting yourself and expressing yourself your own way, your unique way, which is still true to yourself, but appropriate for the circumstances. A true success and mastery of genuineness is to be able to express things through many mediums, in my opinion. So like, you don't have to sacrifice some sort of identity crisis to be able to adapt your own personal spin on the appropriate communication through different mediums. It's a skill most people don't invest in my opinion, because it is very difficult. Like, a lot of times people talk about, oh yeah, you're just faking it, or you're just telling what people want to hear. One of the hardest tasks to do is to think outside yourself. So if you're wondering like, oh, pretending is easy, it's not. It's actually counterintuitive for most people. The intuition would suggest pretending to be good at something is easier than putting in the work. That is so counterintuitive. The hardest thing to do is to pretend not to be yourself. Like, I mean, people can't even express empathy for each other most of the time when emotions are compromised. How can you possibly think that it is easy to creatively, sustainably pretend to be someone you are not. Certainly, it's successful for a while. There is one big thing that it's a euphemism that this bleeds into that I like. I find very romantic though. So the whole aspect of pretending until it isn't pretend anymore. So the idea in that case is it's more not necessarily pretending until it's real. It's more believing until it's real. So that's the other pretending thing, where like fake it until you make it kind of thing. That's not faking out of disingenuousness. It's faking in faith and belief. So like if you can make it, you're gonna pretend like that you're going to make it until you do. So that's a little different. I know that comes up quite a bit in the rebuttals of what I just said. But generally speaking, being disingenuous is incredibly difficult. I'm actually quite this isn't a talk of morality or ethics, but generally speaking, it's quite impressive how long people think spending the whole time denying your own identity is sustainable. 5 years? 6 years? 7 years? Now, you might be thinking, well, actors pretend and stuff. It's like, that's actually part of their identity. So like, it's a fine line between disingenuous and being an actor. Or being, what's another version of an actor? You don't have to be literally an actor. I am a professor when I walk into a classroom. I'm a brother when I talk to my sister. I'm a son when I talk to my parents. That command of whatever you want to call it, appropriateness, is a constant life skill that I will keep on working on all the time. I don't sit on my laurels and say, oh, I can act one way all the time and it's okay. As long as you're honest. As long as you're honest, you can be mean. As long as you're honest, you can be toxic. As long as you're honest, you can say whatever you want. In my opinion, that is relying on eliminating the need or the practice. I won't say it would be ignoring the need or desire to practice the very skill I'm talking about, which is communication. If you don't work on communicating differently, then you just don't. You don't practice it. So one day you're gonna meet this person, right? Say you're a guy who says, I always behave and treat everything all the same, all the time. That definitely no conditions attached. Well, one day you're gonna meet a condition that you have no way to respond to it. And actually, probably sooner rather than later. So when you meet someone who's, I don't know, say you're a ray of sunshine and you always behave like it's a ray of sunshine. And you told this person how good your life is and it ruins that person's life. Well, it's okay because you're being honest. Well, you ruined that person's life. That doesn't change that. Do you have to feel sad about it? Of course not. Like, that's how people become under practice in communication. They do the human thing. They can rationalize it. And that's fair enough. I don't necessarily think that would rob that person of happiness or cross any ethical and unethical lines. It is an observation about influencers online, though. The idea that if you're being genuine, you have no responsibilities, whether intentional or not. Because the intent is what that matters, right? Well, how far does intent go back? If you go around saying that you shouldn't ever do this because it's a crime, and that thing was the thing that shaped someone's life, for better or for worse, is that intent by transference? I don't know, but I worry about it all the time. So, how do I compensate for that? Well, I make it my life's duty to, at least in my opinion, I make it my life's goal to constantly strive for an act of futility, if you will, to constantly adjust to the dynamics of human, communication and paradigms. Might not be the best at it. I can tell you, things change pretty rapidly when it comes to online communication, but it's fun. It's a life pursuit. Life pursuits keep one motivated, in my opinion. I don't want to stagnate. In fact, I might even say there's an ounce of fear in there. I think if there's I don't speak about insecurities too often anymore in the present tense, because insecurities are not available or not abundant in the present tense. However, there are a lot of insecurities that I share with past stories. But nowadays, there are still a few insecurities that I keep in my back pocket because it helps remind me of things. And one of the insecurities is failing to be appropriate. And not the same as being politically correct. That's a different story. So let me contrast about being appropriate and politically correct. There are many things that are not politically correct that are appropriate for people who don't obey the paradigm of whatever is considered politically correct. So politically correct is determined by a group of your peers. What is politically correct, what is appropriate, is determined by any combination of group, person, individual, circumstances. So that's what I mean. So if someone needs help, I like to be appropriately helpful. Not necessarily because it's politically correct. So like, for example, you hate this person on principle. It doesn't stop me from helping them. If one of my friends hates someone and they're in trouble, I will help them. Just because my friend hates them doesn't stop me from helping them. I mean, for me, my closest friends are probably the one that probably offer me a hand instead, because, your friends are like you. As long as if you are good at projecting and expressing your thoughts, your friends tend to reflect you very accurately. So generally speaking, if I were in that situation, my friends would be in the car helping me out already. That's kind of the idea. So my biggest existing insecurity that I keep deliberately, I don't want it to go away ever, is my fear of being inappropriate. Inappropriate, not in a lewd way, just inappropriate to the task at hand. It feels awful when I can't do the appropriate thing. It also drives me to do that, though. I wouldn't want that insecurity or fear to go away, ever. The moment it goes away, I become complacent. So that's when I make errors, makes assumptions, leaps of logic, make a fool of myself. And those things do happen. I'm human, right? So I also exercise and practice how to apologize, right? Appropriately. So that fear is a constant reinforcement of a lot of things that I feel I spend a lot of time working on. And that is also slightly different. I also want to make one last disclaimer. That's also slightly different from the face culture. The face culture is it's more like political correctness. So as an Asian, right, as a person of Asian descent, face culture is a real thing. So the whole idea of being nice or polite in public is a decorum acceptance. Extending from that, I don't want to be appropriate. Sometimes being appropriate doesn't mean being nice. They're not one and the same. The Asian fear of public face culture is not dynamic enough for me. But I did take that to heart and use it as a basis for being appropriate. So for example, if someone needed to hate me to feel better, then I am more willing to be the source of hate. That's not a face culture mentality, right? Usually you would not interfere. So you don't want to be the cause of continued consternation. So there's the balance between the Western side of me, like the American side of me, where there are times to act, regardless if it's appropriate, or regardless if it's self-serving for my public image. Very American, right? So interloping. And then there are times where I do not interlope. That's kind of like so not necessarily political correctness or decorum, like face culture stuff. My parents, on the other hand, are traditionalists. So we've talked about a lot about the deep cuts. I mean, I played a game series, right? Like a Dragon, Ryuga Gotoku, and one of in Lost Judgment, one of the topics is school bullying in the context of the Japanese community, and it does a deep cut into the conformist lifestyle of adults interacting with things like bullying, and that's kind of one of them. The complacent fear of public image may supersede the dire circumstances that requires a break from principle, and I make that exception, and that's kind of more of an American thing. And sure enough, the deep dive into Lost Judgment, it literally in that game made a reference to Americanisms. Like it literally said American psychology in the, so that's kind of the thing, you know, kind of one of the richness of being multicultural, I suppose. It comes with its trade-offs, obviously. I don't have clarity, for example. If you're multicultural, you tend to not have clarity. Rights and wrongs can provide a lot of clarity, resolve, and conviction. So naturally, as someone who has this type of opinion, my actions could be hesitant. It can be not sufficient in strength. Very ambivalent. It can wreak havoc on one's own self-esteem and behavior. So if you're not one that loves to keep up, or like is willing to constantly be exhausted by weighing decisions over and over again, like communicating over and over again, practicing those skills and whatnot, it doesn't complement a lifestyle that involves being quote unquote enlightened. I don't think enlightened doesn't come being enlightened comes with drawbacks. Or trade-offs. I would call them trade-offs. They're a drawback to the interested party. They are positives to the, you know, the prideful party, which have you. Those are just negative and positive words, in my opinion. One thing is true. Someone who is more enlightened is likely to be more ambivalent. They have to juggle more things. That can take a toll on pretty much anyone for a very long time. Like my stipulation is I moderate it. I try my best to moderate it, or else you end up like the old me, juggling like 8 different tasks for 4 different people, while also combating the ambivalence about even doing it in the first place, or able to do it. Sometimes I end up on both sides of the fence. You know? What is a good saying? I don't know if someone said this before, but I just thought about it in my head. I might have taken it from someone. You know, a friend of all is also an enemy of all. So you want to be careful. Just saying. If you're a friend of everyone, you're likely an enemy of everyone as well. So it's a very, very acquired lifestyle. Kind of goes back to whole. I want to bring this back to full circle because it's going to be part of a digression video. So let's bring it back full circle. And that's where nobility comes in. A nobility is selective. So all that empathy talk, all my personal disclaimers and trade-offs and shortcomings, then we go back to nobility, which is something I don't actively resonate with. As a thought experiment, I continue to try to evaluate the pros and cons of being a noble perspective. So one thing you gain is you gain unconditional loyalty. So you get close friends, intimate relationships very easily. You have people that could possibly, you have this blood oath, right? This understood faith. That is what nobility gets you. While you trade off for all the what ifs and hypotheticals, you have clear decisions that are inferred, almost completely implied. The rest-free, maybe even stress-free lack of need to practice open communication. Because you just don't have problems, right? No problems. If you're part of the club, you went through a lot of hoops to join the club. In order to join such a nobility, you have to fill in a lot of criteria. And those criteria ensures that the vast majority of people are on the same page. So less conflict. Harmonious even, for the most part. They're always on your side. You always have people on your side. And what I mean by that is, my friends can be on my side when they're not. That's the contrast. They are on my side even when they're not. Because the habit of that is they're challenging me. Peer review is a great example. They're challenging me in order to maintain that mindset. They don't do the unconditional loyalty where you get the benefit of the doubt, right? I expect that my friend challenges my competency when something sounds too good to be true. Right? I don't go around like pandering something like, oh man, guys, this is really, really good. Like, you should really check this out. And the first thing I would expect them to say would be, all right, I'll check it out and tell you what my thoughts are. It isn't, oh yeah, then I'm definitely gonna like it. If you like it, then I'm definitely going to like it. That wouldn't be the first, like, necessarily the gut response, right? Because it's not a given. When you're in nobility, you don't have to explain any of that. It's like, hey guys, we're gonna do this dungeon today. Like, oh yeah? What time? I got you back. Hit me up when you can. Alright. Reliable? I would say reliable is a little bit of a interesting characteristic. There is a it depends and circumstantial. But generally speaking, I would say consistently people who are loyal and behave like nobility tends to be far more reliable, because what they do is they liberate the time specifically for a smaller group of people who are important to them, people who are close to them, right? So their time exponentially increases. No matter how good I am, if I'm good at all, really speaking, at managing my time, making myself as available as I can be, I will still be worse than if I am a person who selectively pay attention to very specific people. Like, that's just objectively an impossibility any other way. So if I'm a noble person, I would spend most of my time garnering the attention and the relations with the people who are close to me every single day. That will always be more time than having a mindset any different than that. So I have to understand to communicate that. So, you know, my friends and people who I hang out with, I often stress that. Like, remember, if you are comfortable with someone who may be preoccupied at any time, because that's what makes me happy a lot of times, then I hope you can be also happy and share in my perspective on this, right? If you need help helping someone else, hot dog, I'm there too. Generally though, in the nobility sense, they're there to help themselves first and foremost. And it just so happens it helps other people, it's additional. But it's definitely the group first, right? So that's kind of goes back to the first statement about inferring that I was a noble per se in this game. It needs context. I was only invited because I was available. Or from my perspective, I only accept invites and participated because I'm available. Others, I have no control over what they think. So it is very sure that other people might have seen it that way, where I get like preferential treatments for being invited all the time. However, I don't see it that way. My only motivation wasn't because I had special privileges. It was only because I was just available to help out. If they didn't ask me to join the whatever, like the trial or the dungeon, I just go off and play a different game. That's all. Like, it sounds impersonal, but it's also impartial. There was no partialness in it at all. Those who demand my attention get my attention, if I'm available. A noble does not act like that. They act to strengthen their reputation. They, in their group or in their, they can be loyal to a group, but a selective group, and they know where their priorities lie. It makes the group stronger. It solidifies their position of power, influence, and it's a great survival tactic. Just saying. It's a great survival tactic. When was the last time you hear an organism that non-discriminately helps everyone? That organism is dead. They probably went extinct a long time ago. The nice thing about being human is you can kind of violate some of those things. I still normalize, I still moderate that though. So I know when that I'm stretching myself thin now. I didn't know this at a younger age. I totally stretched myself thin. Pretty rough. Like, horrendously rough. And that was a learning lesson. I'm not going around saying that I'm a saint. Because a saint, honestly, a saint would probably care about the people they care about. A lot of times. Right? Because you're only a saint when to the person who you care about the most. Sainthood isn't benevolence. Because then your attention would be divided. And that's why a human can't be a saint, right? Saint is this holy pedestal thing that violates the reality of being a human being. You can't be omnipotent or ubiquitous anywhere all at once. You can't be truly altruistic because you can't. You have to feed yourself. You have to sleep. You literally only have one body. Perhaps maybe that will change in the future. I don't know. But you only have one body. So I try not to make it sound like it's a one-sided argument. Nobility has its perks. And that is what the Neverwinter community is. Or its strengths in loyalty and passion to D&D also fosters its exclusion, exclusivity, and unwelcoming take on changing any of it. D&D is incredibly powerful, long-lasting, and rich in its history because it maintained that richness in history. It is unadulterated for the most part by other types of conventions. It exudes nobility. Someone's status as a great dungeon master carries weight to any newcomer who's designing their first campaign. While you can be welcoming to the idea, it is not without legacy and possibly nepotism. It's Western, it's Western philosophy. What is the central theme to Western fantasy? Nobility. Like kings, queens, history, baggage, vendettas, politics. Specifically politics dealing with legacy. It's all, it's reinforcing all the same. For better or for worse. I think it's endearing. It's incredibly endearing. I'm not going to change, it's not going to change my personality for that. However, looking at a distance, it's incredibly, I think it's super romantic. When someone, goes out of their way to white knight for someone. Not talking about the consequences of white knighting. I mean, white knighting alone has the air of feudal times. Nobility. When you white knight for someone, you're defending someone who is treated like a king or a queen or what have you, like a nobleman. White knights protect noblemen. All that is, it's cyclic. I'm that scholar, right? I'm that scholar guy. Well, where does the scholar align? Well, they just observe. Is there a problem that threatens all of humanity? That's probably when the scholar has a side, right? And I generally only talk about observations regarding that most of the time. Which leads into our other topic, right? The downfall of communication. Some of these observations, those are the things that interest me. I'm not personally interested, technically for myself, interested in where my reputation is, or how to help someone get a specific person to bolster their own reputation. I'm more talking about a generalization of something that the state of affairs of things. So I truly believe right now, anyways, that communication is at an all-time low. Does it work? Well, I guess it works right now. I mean, you know, things aren't worse than they were, I think, in some ways, right? The internet has brought a lot of things that it certainly could be a balance. I wouldn't say it's the worst thing ever. It's nice to make these observations, though. Someone's got to make these observations. It's kind of like the whole drawback from nobility, right? If you don't have anyone outside the loop making observations, well, the closed loop is not going to adapt to many things. For better or for worse. A closed loop is incredibly efficient. An open loop is incredibly inefficient. And the universe exists, well, at least human culture exists with both types. And more. I would say things are notably worse than 20 years ago. The early 2000s. In terms of communication. I agree. Like, that deals with communication. It's also my, like, swan song. All? I would disagree. That would be very, that would be very bold. However, I do have to ask you what you mean by all, obviously, because I don't know you enough to know what your universe includes, right? Because, like, understanding of psychology did not get worse. Economics did not get worse. I would far disagree with you about the understanding of economics. Strife and stuff actually improved economics by a lot. It's far more realized than it is before. I think you're specifically talking about, like, the distribution of wealth, which is an end game. That is a incredibly, like, sure, I agree with you there. Without strife and friction, there's no improvement. So when you say, like, let me try to get into your mind. When you say 20 years ago, you're thinking about where people lived harmoniously. As in, like, there's peacetime, there's, like, I don't know, better distribution of wealth and stuff. That is a time where it did not improve. No? Okay, that's surprising. I feel like I'm pretty sure I'm spot on, so... Well, qualify how communication was 20 years ago better. Like, you know it's better. Like, you just know it's better 20 years ago. Qualify that. People could afford a home in the West. I mean, that's definitely one aspect. Is that it? Because, I'm gonna tell you. Home deals with... You just said afford. Home is not a necessity anymore. People could agree to disagree. People could always agree to disagree. I don't think that changed either. You're talking about people who You're talking about the capacity, like the frequency. You think more people agreed to disagree before, right? So you're comparing the frequency of agreeing to disagree before versus now, right? That's the measure. Well, more people agree now than agreeing to disagree. So you discounted when people are in agreement. Or are you counting that too? Because the whole closed loop thing and the communication thing, it means that everyone has their pocket of agreement now. So there are less people agreeing to disagree because they don't have to agree with each other anymore. They always find who they agree with. These days, people have a hard time talking to each other, let alone being able to resolve a dispute. People who are in dispute are having a hard time talking about it. Overall, communication has, in terms of relations, have improved because most people find who they agree with most of the time. So they avoid ever having to have disputes, and therefore their ability to resolve disputes have gotten worse. You don't get war when people avoid disputes. You get war when they do have disputes and agree to disagree. When they can't remove the issue and you get dead people, 20 years ago is closer to the last catastrophic war than it is now. There is a longer extended time of peacetime than 20 years ago. So what you're saying now, I would have to firmly challenge is a leap of logic. When people can't afford houses, they have afforded many other things. So you can't just weigh the idea that you probably care about home ownership, being a traditionalist. So somehow being able to afford a house negates everything else now we can afford. So the house has become very expensive. Absolutely. Houses are optional. So when you're talking to a different generation, you are being narrow-minded in the sense that you think home ownership represents a reflection of the economy as a whole, which is not true. Many people can't afford rent, home. Again, if you're focusing on a single narrative, I can't agree with you. Like, let's think about this, like, I'm going to communicate why I can't agree with you. Not that not necessarily you're wrong or right, because you're trying to fight for being right. That's fair, if that's what you believe. I'm trying to communicate with you that you have only focused on one thing as a representation of a lot of things. I think that's fair, right? So in a way, you can't possibly make that argument or a suggestion that all of it is worse if you don't know all of it. You did say that. You said all of it is worse. Communication, homeless, or not homelessness, economy. You have only assumed one thing? No. You don't have to assume one thing. I'm saying you are assuming one thing. Like, so far, you have only talked about home ownership, like having a home in general, as a reflection of the economy. You type 3, but many more are worse. It's still focused on one branch of economy. I could agree with you if you say homelessness is worse. And communication, mainly resolving dispute. No. Okay, let's read. Let's read again. I would say things are notably worse than 20 years ago. And I asked you, wait, you mean like all in general? Or do you have an idea? You said all. And then you type communication, economics, Actually, I think you typed economics twice, but that's fine. And you say for the... Come on. Food, fuel. Do you understand that? You don't. Like, you don't. You're hand-wavingly talking about everything without any proper understanding of it, in my opinion. Like, food, fuel. Okay, so describe fuel. Describe food. You can't possibly know all of that. I'm not talking about whether you're right or wrong. I'm just talking about how you are so confident that you understand all of it. It's not me saying I know all of it. I definitely do not know all of it. I can definitely agree with you. If you cite a food that's worse, I can probably know if it's worse. Like, eggs are more expensive. Absolutely. I agree with you. Homes are more expensive and people can't afford homes. Homelessness is going up. I agree with you. Economy is worse. I can't agree with you because I don't know enough. Money is worse. Don't know enough. But you are so confident that you know enough that somehow you've become this messiah or something. I can't agree with you. I don't think you know that. I mean, I'm not sure if anyone really knows that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have discussions about it. If you say this is all true, then I would say there are a lot of people who agree with you. But generally speaking, I don't think so. And I'm one of them, I guess. I watch and read a lot of world news many people are talking about. I watch and read a lot of world news many people are talking about as well. It does not qualify me to be an omniscient person. It's like saying, I spent 14 years in science, so therefore I know more science than you. I don't. I can't possibly know that. Knowledge is not transferable to the understanding of something. Reading a lot of things doesn't necessarily mean you understand a lot of things. If you're reading to forward your own hypotheses, then you actually spend less time understanding about what is actually happening, but understanding what you want to see. They're a lot less stable for the general fam at the moment in West. That's fair. I agree with you. But paying attention to having history to fall on helps a lot. That's fair. But you just said true. So what I'm saying is, you can't possibly use your exposure to something as a criteria of saying what is true. Which I'm not saying I don't believe you. Probably a lot of that has some merit. I have read to the contrary, so there might be some room for discussion. Families are falling apart. Yes and no. Again. You're doing one thing that I'm a little concerned about is that you know, the idea that you're concerned about the people can't agree to disagree. Just the idea that people have to agree to disagree. I feel most people can compromise. Like the failing of communication is the inability to compromise. And this would be a great example of it. The conversation we're having now would be a great example of it. And I would say I'm one that tries as well to try to not lose sight and practice that ability to talk, like speak through disputes. Agreeing to disagree is not an exercise in improving communication through disputes. You are actually ignoring disputes. So when you're saying agree to disagree, you are literally, in my opinion, reflecting upon what made communication fail. Now, from 20 years ago. Agreeing to disagreeing is non-productive. That's just acknowledging that two people disagree with no effort or anything to make an attempt to actually communicate. Which illustrates my point, in my opinion. So I guess our perspective on what is good communication might be different too, slightly. And on the eco front, even though money is being pumped into clean energy, the population air on global scale is worse than 20 years ago. That's fair. Greenhouse gas and particulars are up. For sure. Oh, the other word was ecology. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Does it constitute as all the values of 20 years ago? Absolutely not. Because there's other things. Technology, right? Science, medicine, fabrication. I mean, education's arguable. But that can't even get that far, let alone work on a solution to move forward. That's your personal bias. I'm just adding more contradictions to your, for you to weigh, possibly. I probably agree with you. It's still worse than 20 years ago. But your small consideration for very specific things only reveal how narrow your value system is. Like, you talk about the communication front, but you legitimately exercise the thing that makes communication not great right now. Generalizations. Overextending one's perceptions. They rather scream at each other's name than just resort to they. You're talking about a very specific group. Here's a fun thought experiment. And I don't know if we can collectively ascertain this experiment. Is it the frequency of altercation that do not resolve, so say violence. You use violence specifically. Is the frequency increased? Or is the magnitude increased? Or did the frequency increase that resolved in violence, but the magnitude decreased? So you have not ruled out the idea that the magnitude decreased. It probably did decrease. But where there is dispute, the frequency increased. And that is a great support for breakdown in communication. The other side of things is if the magnitude decreased, it's a support for the idea that 20 years ago might not necessarily be the sunshine and rainbows that it is now. So for example, if you take the entire magnitude of all your collectives, like what you're doing right now, where you only hang out with people who value specific values, right? So you don't have disputes at all. That increased in a dramatic way. No. This isn't a competition of grief. We're not talking about what is worse. That is another entire digression about something that we're not talking about this. We're talking about weighing all the ways we evaluate things, right? So if we're not focused on just talking about what is worse, let's talk about what is not worse, or potentially not worse. In 20 years ago, there were less people who could live without dispute, right? it's very likely that there are less people who have lived without dispute. That doesn't mean communication did not break down. It's just that there are less disputes that are occurring. If you want to go that route, sure, tech has gotten better. Healthcare is a bit better. That's fair, I suppose. I don't have any specifics that would back that. I'm really specifically talking now about the nitty-gritty, like the idea of weighing a lot of things and about the things that you already talked about. So, because you focus on disputes, right? And disputes that end in violence. That's a very specific thing, and I agree with you. When there are disputes. So another form of communication, another prong of communication is when there aren't disputes. There are agreements. And you're saying that disputes lead to war and dead people. Agreement does too. To have war, you have strong agreements within closed loops to create war. So when I'm thinking about it, when you're doing a measure of communication, and then you talk about things where certain things lead to certain things, I'm just suggesting that that's a leap of logic. Because it can lead to both things. There's a bigger picture, right? So, in both ways though, and here's the goat. Here's the goat. I agree with you that communication broke down. It's not, and I also reinforce the idea that it is not just the disputes that end in violence. It's also the closed group that haven't practiced those communication to agree to disagree within a closed group. So I'm not even saying that agreeing and disagreeing doesn't have its applications. There are places to agree to disagree when you're in a closed group, because that creates friction, and friction creates new knowledge. It creates practice. So even in a closed group, if you have confrontations and conflicts of interest, it creates growth in communication. So it's two ways a lot of times. Those who avoid conflict gets worse at communication as well. Those who are in conflict, well, at least they're gonna have to address that in the first place. Exactly. But the thing is, you only focused and mentioned a very specific angle. When I asked you voluntarily what your examples are, you specifically only focus on an angle of it. And I'm offering a different angle that also still actually supports your initial hypothesis. Who can't see the other side, or even just let the other side be? Yeah, that's fair. Actually, I would add to that. Who can't see the other side, or even just let the other side be, also includes the ones that only see one side. If you can't see the other side, it's different from only seeing one side, and that's what you're doing. That's what I'm trying to illustrate. You only see one side. It's just as dangerous. And I sometimes only see one side too. And together, right, as we're communicating and talking now, together, we see more than one side. We see multiple sides. And we're not agreeing to disagree. We're just, it's all of the above. So that's the ultimate communication, right? We offer many sides, and it's all of the above, usually speaking. And a lot of times, it's not even really disagreeing or agreeing at all, whether which one is worse or not. It's all of it. And then ultimately it becomes, it's too complex, but we wish the best all the time, right? As human beings, we wish it was just better all the time. Only angling things in the negative breeds more negative. So in my opinion, sometimes I fear that when people use fear and negativity to foster change, it breeds more negativity. So when you focus on war and conflict, generally speaking, it probably breeds more war and conflict. And I worry about that. Just to offer an alternative perspective. The home thing, maybe. Alright. I mean, I'm not here to convince you about your principles. You have a lot of principles. So I won't try to convert you to anything. Just that you hear out my perspective, I suppose. I mean, the West have many standing armies doing very little costing very much, very little. I don't know how you know that, but all right. I'll take your word for it. I don't see how that connects with what I said about Yeah, I actually don't. You lost me there. People thinking about war. You think people who are hanging out are thinking about war during a peacetime in the army? That's a bold statement. And I'm going to be real with you. If I didn't have a personal connection, I would probably say that's a really biased take. You said people thinking about war. You said, I mean, the West has many standing armies. So those standing armies are an example, inferred that they are thinking about war. And then it's a counter argument to what I said about thinking about war spreads war. Alright. Like, since there are a lot of standing armies, right? We're not going to war right away because you're assuming they're thinking about war while being in the military. Because I can tell you, I think that's very bold. But the people who govern them, they probably do. That's bold too. That's very bold. In some way, maybe it's my naivety. But generally speaking, people have standing armies as a deterrence. So they think of war to deter war, not the act of declaring war. They think about war, but it's not in the warring thing that you're talking about. It's not about executing harm. It's about deterring harm. No proof to counteract in a long time? You have no proof of anything you say. I'm just offering some hypotheticals. Wow. Yeah. I'm sorry, but you have an agenda. And I can't... Yeah. Like, you have no way of... Just like I have no way of counter-arguing that, you also have no way of supporting that as well. It's a great thought experiment, though. I mean, it could support the idea that having people who think about war also spreads war, right? It could support that, too. It could also not support that, which is... It was a sentiment that I made. I guess I might have made foolishly a little bit there. Because war prevention is also thinking about war. If you know what I mean. Like, if you're maintaining peace, you have to think about war. So I guess I might have been thinking about violence. So, war was linked to violence. That's your point? Yeah, that's your point, but you missed my point about what you said about the leap of logic you had about disputes end in violence. Violence leads to war, and dispute leads to dead people. That stuff? No. That's such a leap of logic. It's so simplified. It's so straightforward, too. Actually, remarkably straightforward. Maybe a little bit concerning. Tells me a lot about you, though. A soldier will think about war because they are trained to. And yeah, that seems reasonable. But you're suggesting that it leads to other things. By that phrasing. Like, I imagine there's a more. Like, and go on. This is kind of a personal thing because I actually have family members in the military. Only if ordered to, I guess. Same. And I disagree with you, obviously, fundamentally. But it is a different side. So, like, you know, to train to think about war, you also learn about peace. When you are trained to think about war, you also think about other things in relation to war. A leap of logic is when you assume one thought process only leads to one outcome, which you strongly infer, which I'm trying not to. I hope I'm not giving you the impression when I say when people talk about war, war spreads. I'm talking about the concept of war. Like, people talk about war because they're exposed to war, not what it results in. I'm not suggesting that if you talk a lot about war, it automatically leads to death and violence. It also leads to understanding and consequences and deterrence and better communication. So before I leap into there, I didn't want to insist that it only leads to one thing. Like, I don't want to insist it only leads to violence or insist it leads to peace talks or anything. I'm just saying, when you talk about war, you're going to have more talk about war. So when you focus on negativity, you're gonna have more negativity. And as a counterbalance, I want to introduce maybe some positivity to balance it out, so that we can get a bigger picture of things. I'm pretty sure I know what you mean, but I want to hear it from you. Your meaning when you said in regards to violence, right? It was a very short sentence, so I definitely would be remiss to make assumptions on your short sentence, right? So I'm perfectly open to the idea of you probably shorthand some stuff only for the sake of being quick. Although we did reach the end, so I did finish all my dailies. That was a good talk. Good exchange of ideas. It's nice. It's nice having discussion while doing this kind of thing. Is that war is normally a result of tribes disagreeing about something? True. Yes. But disagreeing about something doesn't necessarily lead to violence and dead people. I'm talking about the leap of logic part. That part is fine. I agree with you. It's pretty close. It's pretty close to the steps. But then you made a leap forward. we have to remember, in my opinion, we have to remember that one must disagree in order to practice the act of resolving disputes. So naturally, disputes don't necessarily end in violence. I agree with you that the frequency has increased. No, but the disagreements seeing in the UK are leading to more violence than not? No, it doesn't. They're not attached to each other. More violence has occurred because a lot of circumstances that contribute to it. Like, if you have disagreements, that's when compromise can happen. It doesn't always lead to more violence. Like, you have to have disagreements in order to improve in finding out how to... It's what can happen, yes. It's what can happen. I absolutely agree. And it sucks when it does. Yes. It sucks when it happens, though. I agree. So, here's my little, like, slight hot take here. This is gonna be pretty hot. 20 years ago, here's a hot take. And humans are dynamic. Society is dynamic. So, trying to compare things at a cross-section is kind of dangerous. But let's talk about this. 20 years ago, it was inherently probably a time where there was perhaps more of certain things, and they are not now. So like people can't afford homes and all that stuff, right? But before they could. There was a lot of agreements. There was a lot of like more good things, more accessibility, more inclusion. People were happy, right? Arguably, maybe, perhaps. But there wasn't any friction. There wasn't pressure, necessarily more pressure, to confront things and have to discuss things. Now, as a consequence of that, nice period, which, you know, it's like if you argue it's much worse now. So the perspective is that it was nice then. What follows is a consequence of what came before. A lot of times. So one may argue, I'm not arguing for worse or better, I just argue for different. We live in a different time now, right? There are properties that are much worse, for sure, but we live in a different time now that promote reevaluation. And I kind of like it, for better or for worse. And absolutely, I know this sounds really naive and incredibly optimistic. Right now, there are a lot of things that aren't great, and people are really starting to be pressured to talk to each other, right? Pressure to dispute and talk to each other. That, to me, is a natural ebb and flow between the pattern of human complacency and resolving conflict. So, in another 20 years, I hope that we can have a discussion on how much better it is. You know what I mean? So what I mean is yeah, we see all the conflicts now, and we have, like, everything's coming to a head. And I hope that humanity in general ushers in another period of complacency, at least in my lifetime, I would like to believe. And then it's probably gonna go back. So it just keeps going. I think it would take another intelligent life form to break the cycle. I'm not talking about alien life, I'm just talking about some other contraption of intelligent design that can break the cycle and prevent, like, the teetering more exclamatorily. You know? AI aliens. Let's hope tech can fix some of the issues and stop going like up and down. I absolutely agree with you though. In the end of the day, things get worse before it gets better, and things get things get worse before it gets better, but it certainly is better before it gets worse as well. And I think our discussion, I want to include all of that. So absolutely, it's hard to buy homes now, for sure. It's also homelessness definitely gone up, and I hope as a result of that, there is some there's pushback in addressing that kind of thing. Like things, humans tend to like to, in my opinion, respond to things. They observe something, then they respond to it. So, in order to get an improvement in communication, in disputes, they have to have disputes in the first place in order to improve the communication. So, in a time of peace, communication does fall on the wayside. And my inclusion of the idea that the internet has degraded communication is because they remove the instant need of communication. When you always hang out with everyone you agree with, you don't need to dispute anything. So the magnitude of agreements has gone up, and no one has to disagree to the point where, yeah. And I actually think that might be the scariest part. That's probably the scariest part, because we do have a lot of controversial examples of weaponized cyberbullying, right? Cyber attacks. And I'm not talking about the technical aspect. There are the technical aspect. In fact, that's kind of a literal and a figurative danger, cyber attacks. But weaponized in-group attacks is very, very powerful. Echoes and meets, Echo B, you have big issues. Yeah. Echo chamber is powerful. Anyways, that's a really good topic. I really enjoy that. I don't know if I can unpack most of that because I'm not an ecologist or like I guess we would say a sociologist, right? You know, we're talking about sociology and maybe anthropology, a little bit of anthropology. It would be cool to interview someone, or maybe many people, regarding that. Or someone did like a data mine with, I don't know, using generative AI to, you know, collectively collect all the data or comments and then somehow sort it in a way that I can understand it. But that's a lot of thought experiment. The end story here, in my opinion, the sentiments is that bright future for humanity. I hope so. I mean, all right, bright future with the side of cloudy and rain every once in a while, or here, better yet, less rain than it already has right now. I mean, I guess depending on where you live, rain can be ever present, but hopefully less rain. Yes. All right. Well, Faye, it was great. Thanks for keeping me company. We completed the drudge that is the bye week. There's nothing much. I see a thunderstorm, then a silver sunny day. Or yeah, sunny day. I mean, we have lots of contrast, but humans bounce back and forth quite a lot. I don't know what I'm gonna group this into. I hope you enjoyed your coffee, by the way. I hope the coffee was excellent. There's a lot of deep cuts. that I don't really touch upon. Non-cold. Oh, rip. I don't think... Does coffee taste good when you reheat them? Alright. It's time to hang up the flag. Nah? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not a habitual coffee drinker, so I'm not... Oh, you're okay with cold coffee? Oh, yeah, dude. You might as well throw an ice cube in there, right? Get it refreshingly cold. Alright. This was great. I love it. I love the discussion. There are a lot of things that kind of suck right now, so hopefully they get better for those who are affected, right? For those who are affected. And more talk about that next time. Alright, well, that's a wrap for week 6, right? Week 6 was a bye week. And yeah, you too, Faye. Look after yourself. I'm one of the funny things about that is I'll try to look after myself. In a really, really weird way, I earnestly take that as a compliment, right? As a earnest comment. At the same time, I have to remind you that it's not about me. It's about everyone else. If I look after all the people around me, it makes me feel nice about myself. So, in a way, I am looking after myself. Probably not in the traditional way, right? And you too. And good luck with everything. I mean, I'll be back for another 4 weeks on a Monday doing Neverwinter stuff, of course. This is the end of week 6. Nothing happened, right? Because, you know, there's a milestone here, but we always carry it to the next one. It was very underwhelming. It led to an incredible discussion, but, you know, you have to fill in the void because what do? We basically turned in 25. Then we had 75 left over, right? 75 is 4 rotations of dailies on 3 tunes. And looking at the clock, even with the discussion and stuff, I was pretty much on task still. It's like an hour each. Man, this is really below the belt. Today is a rotten day, or like today is a below average day, but generally speaking, we have to put it into the context of all the other previous modules. So this is still below average in the context of all the other modules, on one big structural change. And that structural change is to the weekly completion tasks. Weekly completion tasks would give you 25. On previous modules, they were not scaled this terribly, in my opinion. Or, not terribly, but longer. Let's not use negative words. Let's just use what it really is. It takes vastly longer for the limited weekly tasks there are. There are 3 up to this point. Or actually, technically 4. Heroic Encounter, Invasion, and the activities, and the Seed of Destruction, the first scene. Seed of Destruction, standard. It comes with all the other modules on average. But in the other modules, by this point, there will be like 2 or 3. Or actually 2 by now. And I'll say that's a little sticking point. But that checks out. The weeklies, though, Heroic Encounters are more cumbersome because of the differing locations. But they're generally about the same speed as the, with a, like, slightly longer. But now the other weeklies, Invasion, still no patch notes about reducing the invasion requirements, because that's absolutely bonkers. That's inexcusable. It takes like over 3 hours just to do that one thing. I did 3 tunes with repeatables. It will take that much time just to complete the invasion weekly on 1 tune. That's absurd. So retune that 100 buzz jewels sound fairly reasonable, not 500 buzz jewels. I'm just saying. I was expecting patch notes. I really was expecting a patch note for this week. So there's that. So you lose 25 there. And then the activities things, activities things has always generally been pretty scuffed in my opinion. And what I mean by that is, what's the activity at? Oh, never mind. We actually managed to complete. Oh, no. This is the other tune, right? I have to go to my barbarian. There's one tune that I turned in the activities. Let's see if it got to 100. Maybe it did. So next week won't be too bad. Okay. It's okay. Activity is still the same. I guess it's just the invasion. And then the lack of 125. So it's still pretty average. Like the average is 5, right? I'm gonna give this a 4. Probably a 4. It's pretty much the same. Just now it's below average because one of the weeklies take even longer, like 3 times longer than it did before in the modules. So in a sense, it just removes an option to complete your weekly haul. That's all it did. Like, functionally and pragmatically. It's creative, it's enjoyable because it revolves around getting a currency that you kind of want to buy things with. However, making it attached to weekly completion is yikes. The crux of this is anything you do in the invasion doesn't help you with completion of anything else. Generally speaking, activities are still faster with repeatables. So rarely do you ever have a cross between invasion and anything else. You could argue that doing heroic encounters lead to invasions and they're all connected, but you need a lot. You need 4 times the amount of heroic encounters to get enough of the invasions just in one instance. But if you're looking for the invasions, you will still have completed a multiplicative number of heroic encounters by the time you complete the invasion. Same goes with repeatables. It's just way off the scale. Regardless, it's just a 4 out of 10, right, for today. I mean, otherwise it's 5 out of 10. A drop, an elimination of options, it's below average. 4 out of 10. Maybe it'll be incorrect. It'll be less so next time because we'll have 2 weeklies that rewards 50. And if you turn in the weekly activities, you only have to do 25, which is 2 rotations of repeatables. So I'm trying to be fair. It's still lower than all the previous modules before it. Actually, the most recent module, the Menzoberranzan one is higher than that. It's actually, it was a 6 out of 10. It's just a remarkable. It was really well laid out and all that stuff. So there we go. Thanks for hanging out, folks. If you were listening, thanks for listening. As always, appreciate the discussions. If you're gonna watch this later, feel free to leave a comment, discuss. I have plenty of things to talk about. Hey, an invasion just ended. Lots of players. Alright. And, I'll be back on reset day. Next Monday, week 7. 3 more weeks. No, 4 more weeks, including next week, right? So 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'll see some of you then. As always, stay safe. Stay healthy. Work on that net positive lifestyle. And I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.